Okay, this is March 11th, 2025. This is the Bluff Town Council work session. It is 10:37 a.m. Let's do roll call.
Linda Sosa.
Jennifer Davila.
Britt Hornsby.
Ann Leppanen.
Erin Nelson, serving as town manager.
Luanne Hook is in another meeting, and I expect that she'll be here shortly. So we'll go ahead. We've got a long agenda. Feel free to get up and get something to eat or drink. Erin's done a great job of providing us with food to keep us here and not wandering off. First thing is the review and discussion of Bluff's building department permitting and inspection possibilities. Erin's been working really hard on this, and I'm going to turn it over to her. But just as a point of reminder, we had very little official notice from San Juan County that they were pulling all their services on permitting. And for those people who are listening, if you have paid for your permit, received your permit, then the inspections will continue through San Juan County. If you have a failed permit, like it's been turned back and because you need more work, or you haven't applied, even if your application is in, if you haven't received your permit and paid your money, you're out of luck with San Juan County. So Erin, do you want to update us where we're at this point?
Yeah, so we just got this ordinance in from Chris last night. Good news and bad news. Good news, it's really short, so we can go through it quickly today. Bad news, I think in my research of other municipalities, building codes do tend to be rather detailed. We want to ensure that we're incorporating either references to our code that we already have, or ensuring that the really important stuff from the International Building Code or Utah Building Code is incorporated into our document in some way. And so I feel as though, and I'm welcome to disagreement, but I do feel as though this is a pretty short ordinance that probably just kind of gives the town the authority to issue building permits and manage them, but it doesn't get into the nitty-gritty of what we as a town would either want in addition to the International Building Code, or I would say even reference a lot of like our land use clearances that we're already doing. And so I think really the purpose of this document is just to kind of get us started, and is probably like the stopgap until we can build up a more robust building department. I would say that it seems like some of the sections are a little bit light, so I'd like to go through today and just kind of identify, I think, of all the things, this is the one that really needs to get in place the most quickly, from us being able to manage the building permits that are probably coming up in this upcoming building season. So what I'd like to do is just kind of go through section by section. Again, we just got this one last night, so this is a really quick turnaround. But this is something that we're going to need to get on the books. And for anyone listening, so for land use, for things that we're setting up in terms of setbacks or building height or things like that, those do go to public hearing, and we do want input on that. From a building permit perspective, where these are regulations that are set up by the International Building Code or by Utah Code, we don't really want to mess with anything like that. And so this one actually doesn't have to go to public hearing. This is something that the council can just vote upon and enact. We do want to go over it and make sure that we feel as though it has the items that are going to be necessary to kind of get our building department ready to go. But I do want to make it really clear that the public doesn't really get to weigh in necessarily on how we enact the building permitting process. We can just say, hey, we do have this process and this is what you need to do. But things where we're talking about money, so the fees associated with this, if we are adding items, like I said, like the setbacks, where we're determining it by zone, or any of like the zone stuff, that all goes through public hearing, that all has like a Class A or a Type A noticing. But this is something that you all are going to be able to vote on really quickly. So I do want to make sure that we're going through it in depth, but that we have something on the books to say, yes, Bluff can go ahead and issue the building permits. The other item before we get into the meat of this is that we were approached by Kristen Bushnell, who has a proposal. I did include that in the agenda packet today, and I think is something that we should talk about. Again, you know, San Juan County gave us no notice that this was happening. It had kind of been talked about, and oh, you know, maybe it'll roll off by the end of 2025, but we really received no notice. And so, as discussed in the previous council meeting, you know, we have to get something in place in order for us to ensure health and human safety in terms of, you know, new builds or construction. So let's maybe go through this. We can talk about that proposal, talk about folks' thoughts on the hiring process, because I don't feel as though our current staff is necessarily qualified to do building permitting. And then in talking with the other municipalities, I think I shared this with you all, but they really advised against, you know, planning and zoning should not be the body that's going out and doing this kind of stuff. You know, we need folks who are familiar with the process, as well as either a contracted building inspector or someone we bring in. So, any questions or comments before we kind of roll through what Chris has sent us?
I don't have any.
And then I'm just going to shrink my screen a little bit. This is being, my whole screen is being shared with the public, so folks can reference what we're referencing. I will make notes as we go as much as possible. But I think from a high level, like, I will just kind of try to highlight stuff, and then we'll go back in and get things tidied up, just to, you know, for the sake of time. So I did make a couple changes already. It's on the share drive. So I have the date that San Juan County informed us. I felt like recently was a little vague. I didn't know if this was going to need definitions. So as we go through, if you think that there's an item that needs to be defined, I know that's a typical one in our ordinances. From a high level, this ordinance is designating a position of a building official. It's also referencing Utah State Construction Code. I believe, and Jen and I talked just briefly about this last night, I believe the Utah Code references the International Building Code, is that correct?
That's what, in my investigation, that's what I found on the website, was that UBC follows IBC 2020. I think the one that I looked at said 2025, but it could be a 2024 type thing. And just for your reference, IBC 2024 is a book with very small type, that's 2 inches thick.
And then I believe I saw that the Utah Code maybe even has a little bit more than IBC. So what we would be referencing is a fairly involved building code. That's what's currently referenced. And I know in a lot of planning and zoning discussions, they do talk about IBC, not necessarily Utah State Construction Code. So just as we're working through it, let's talk about, you know, is that the right one to reference? I feel like if it is, you know, that much more involved, it probably is. One thing that's not included in this right now is a building inspector position. It just says that the building official would be able to go in and do the inspections. And so I'd love to get feedback as to whether we think one person should do the whole thing, or if what I've kind of seen is this breakdown where the building, either there's the building inspector who does everything because they have all the certifications, or there are two positions. You've got a building inspector that's either hired or contracted, and then you have a building official who's able to issue the permits, who does all the paperwork, and it's like very heavily administrative. And so I would like to know if we want to build out a separate position for building inspector, or if we say everything's gonna roll up under this building official / inspector role, singular.
So on the first page, under 9.01.030, powers and duties, the third designation is inspect construction. So our attorney was anticipating that the building official and the building inspector would be the same.
One and the same, yeah.
On it, so I think there are two ways we need to look at it. One is this might be, as Erin referred to, the stopgap ordinance to get us started. And I think it will make a difference in terms of whether we define a building inspector and a building official being two different people depending on who applies in the long run. on an emergency basis, we probably, depending on what route we go, we may be able to roll that into either one title, or we know that we have two people doing the respective jobs, but in the long run, we'll probably need more detail. And one of the reasons I say that is that if we're really looking at putting some things in here that are specific, more specific to Bluff, like when we, I hate to use our house as an example, but when we built our house, our roof had to be to the Utah building code, which is fine, except the snow load is not gonna, like, we've been here now, the house has been finished 12 years. And only on one occasion have we been concerned that we had too much snow and it melted off really quickly, because our roof is flat. But, you know, so I think there are some things like that that are specific to Bluff that will, or our area geographically we'd want to look at. And again, I think that even if you reference Utah State Construction Codes or the International Building Code, to expect the general public to pull out a document and start culling through it, we may want to have some specific references, like if you're looking at, for instance, snow load. You know, if you're looking for whatever, I'm not familiar with building codes, which is why we won't be doing the inspections, but I think that that's really one area we might want to build into the permanent final one.
Well, I'm just curious, you said that Blanding uses the IBC combined with Utah, or it's not Blanding, San Juan County. What we're taking over, like, can we just transition what they were doing? Because builders know what to look at and know what.
That's what I was wondering originally, because I wasn't looking at San Juan counties necessarily, but I was looking at Monticello and Blanding, since like as municipalities, kind of looking at like their comparisons. And I mean, they're really lengthy documents. I didn't get too much into the heart of it because Chris said he was going to write an ordinance for us, and then we've got 2.5 pages here. So I do feel like there are probably things that can be transposed from either San Juan County, other municipalities, a conglomeration of all of those. But I also think that, you would then comb through and say, our building height is X, or our setbacks are Y, or insert, please reference zoning code, blah, 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 and then you can get to your appropriate thing. But yeah, there's definitely do seem to be much meatier in terms of either the references themselves or even like what is put into the Title IX building code than what this document is presenting currently.
And to go back to your initial questions, yes, I think we need a definition section, because if we're going to have a building official and perhaps an inspector, that would be nice to define. It would be nice to define a few other things, like what is a stop work order? Mm-hmm. But I think there are some definitions that are needed.
Okay. I was wondering in terms of if we could create the building official and the building inspector as separate positions, and if we get to the point where one person can cover both roles, we can do that. But if we, in the interim, don't have someone who can do both, we can find one that it can at least do the inspections, for example, while we figure out the permitting process. Would that be acceptable? And if so, do we go ahead and break it out that way?
To me, that makes sense because I don't think we have enough building permits that are issued to warrant a position that might, to go in and say, here, I'm bringing you the document for my building permit. We don't have enough to warrant having a building inspector live here to receive those documents and say, okay, let's go take a look and So yeah, I think that issuing the building permit itself is more of a clerical type position anyways.
Yeah.
it's checking off the boxes, have you got your land use clearance, have you got your, I'm assuming we're gonna have to get septic inspections and everything else like that
They-
now
They
as
haven't
well.
pulled, they haven't pulled the public health piece yet.
Okay,
Get ready, because that could be coming down the pike, but that's a good point. We should reach out to Dennis Shumway and see if there's been a discussion with pulling our public health inspections. I would imagine that they're not at this point, just because that's such a specialized area that covers the inspections of the restaurants and all that other stuff. I mean, then they're really walking a slippery slope, because if they pull that duty out, then what do you do with the restaurant inspections and the other things that fall from it? But I think contacting Dennis, who seems to be pretty straightforward, and asking him.
They just pulled out of the southeastern Utah public health system, what? I don't know, the years slide by, but.
oh, it's been probably 10 years now at this
Yeah.
point,
I
but.
think it's been that
Yeah.
long.
Oh, yeah, it's
Okay,
been
well,
that
I'm gonna
long.
say
Because
3 or
it was,
4,
no,
but-
it was when Phil was in office, and I'm sure that it's
Okay.
been 10 years.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
been a
so,
long
but they
time.
did that, so like they're, if they were having problems with their health department, that would probably be what they would revert back to, is in southeast Utah.
You know.
Which could be beneficial, honestly, because southeastern Utah hires people to come to do these things.
But I think at least while we're culling through this, it's worth reaching out and saying, is this another service we're gonna lose? Because if it is, we need to get on top of it
Have some notice.
now,
Yeah.
like today, not in 2 weeks when they give us a notice.
So in addressing Lou's question about what codes is the county using, according to their website, Building Code Information, 2015 International Residential Building Code, including Appendix E, is issued by the International Code Council, and the Appendix Q of the 2018 edition of the International Residential Code issued by the International Code Council, 2020 National Electrical Code, 2018 Mechanical Code, 2018 Plumbing Code, 2018 International Fuel Gas Code. The residential provisions are the 2015 International Energy Conservation Code. The commercial provisions are the 2018 International Energy Conservation Code, the 2018 International Existing Building Code, 2005 NFPA 225 Manual Manufactured Home Installation Standard Code, 2006 Utah Wildland Urban Interface Code, and the ground snow load values are determined by engineering your location into the 2018 Utah ground snow load map at whatever link.
Mhm. So
The
I
frost-
would,
Frost depth, that's another one that
Yeah.
differs here than everywhere else. 24-inch for Spanish Valley, Bluff, and similar locations, 36-inch everywhere else.
so I would be tempted to grab all those links and just
Mm-mm.
transfer it all over, because when a builder comes, they need to know each of those codes.
I am guessing rather than grabbing the link would be fine if we look at the updates, because if you haven't done anything since 2005.
Yeah, that one's a little.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Well,
each
and
one
that's
of
the
those would need
newest.
to be looked at to make sure that we're grabbing
The latest.
the latest
Yeah,
and not,
yeah.
I mean, that's one of the things you hear consistently at the county level is they haven't done a general plan since 2011, they haven't done this since 20 whatever. And I, just reading through those dates, we already know there's a 2020-something out there. I mean, we're not,
Yeah.
yeah.
What about blanding?
I'm not sure. So do we want to reference those in this ordinance right here as the stopgap, or do we want to build towards those as we build out the building department?
So, here's my thought. There's a meeting on Thursday with Kristen Bushnell, who's reached out. And on an emergency basis, if we can adopt something that covers us, and Erin had a really good suggestion, is maybe what we're looking for is someone to help us build the basic one out based on somebody who has experience versus us, and get the basic ordinance in and then work on building it out, because it sounds like There are a lot of pieces to this. And our public hearing on the fee, we will, go ahead.
That's on the 18th at 4:15 PM. So that has been posted, it's been noticed everywhere. So we accept public comment, we've got a 10-day waiting period to accept more comment, and then we could adopt the master fee schedule, amended master fee schedule, which would encompass building permits.
Has anyone looked at the League of City and Towns and see if they have any?
Not.
I did not see any forms or samples when I went in, but I didn't have time to do a thorough search, and there may be something out there. And it's worth, I think, probably looking at comparable size like Hanksville kind of areas and see how detailed they are. But
Moab's pretty on top of stuff, it seems like. They're kind of a go-to. They're not a comparable size, but they've usually got stuff.
I don't know that size really matters when you're looking at building permits, because building permits are based on safety issues. And at least that's how I've always been told it was. And we are issuing these because we want everyone to build a safe structure. So to me, size of a town doesn't really matter, because just because you live in Salt Lake doesn't mean that your house should be more safe or less safe than a house in Bluff. That's my thought on building permits and codes.
I was thinking more in terms of the number of building permits someone might
Right,
get and how
right.
detailed they actually are versus how undetailed, or what problems have they found. Like if you don't have that detail with the links built in. And I think one other thing, and somebody would have a better idea than me, but a lot of the building that gets done in Bluff is not done, has been done by people who are not fully licensed, and we're not talking about big developers who've come in but I think it would be nice to aim for having something ready to go by the time we do the fee. Public hearing and taking public comment after that, so like by the end of the month. Sorry, Erin.
No, I apologize. I was gonna say, you bring up a really good point though, so a lot of ordinances and applications do have like an owner-builder clause, where essentially the owner-builder has to sign off on a different piece of documentation that's indicating that, X, Y, and Z, like they're still gonna follow the building code, but there are some special clarifications. So I think that should definitely be included in here because it comes up so much. Owner, builder,
Which I think,
clause.
again, fits back to when we're looking at definitions, things that we're gonna need to define.
Yeah. And then one reason to maybe keep the duties separate or in separate roles is that we would probably reduce administrative costs by keeping the building official in a thing versus the building inspector typically can probably charge a little bit more money for their stuff. So I think keeping those separate is good. One thing that I was a little bit concerned about was we have the stop work order, we've got some powers and duties that we're gonna give to the building officer? Yeah, the building official. I think the building official still should be able to go into the construction area and go on site and talk to the person, but they aren't gonna do necessarily the inspections unless they're one and the same. But this ordinance doesn't have anything about what the actual building permit looks like. And so of course the permit itself, the application is gonna be separate, but most of our ordinances do explicitly state what that document's able to ask about. So I would like to add some clarity regarding that. So in the online version, I did add a section for that. He has it written as 300 square feet and less. That does not include electrical, plumbing, or mechanical facilities would be exempt. I believe in our planning and zoning code, we have 250 square feet.
Is it 250 or 200?
200, isn't it 200?
I think it's
I-
200.
Yeah, I think it's 200.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I would want those to align. And then I do want to talk to you all about violations and enforcement. So it's really common for building codes to have, well, first, this does have that, you know, if you're failing to comply with this, it's a class B misdemeanor. And there are civil penalties and like financial penalties associated with this. And that is really common to ensure compliance. So I wanted to make sure that we talk about that. Are we comfortable with this? Is there anything else that we would want or that we know of to add to enforcement? Just because this one's a little heavier handed than some of our other ordinances, and I think rightfully so, because we are talking about health and human safety in a pretty massive capacity. So I just want to make sure that you all are taking a look at that, and if there's any initial feedback, we can get that on record. Just gonna go close.
Go ahead.
I looked up landing, and theirs is quite simple. It just says the code's adopted, building code, the International Building Code, the IBC, as adopted by the state, is hereby adopted as the official building code for the city, subject to section 9.1.3 of this chapter. And that is, I can tell you what that is, but then, and so the A is the building code, B is the fire code, International Fire Code is adopted by the state, and other codes is approved, all other building, plumbing, electrical, subject to section 9-1-3. And what that one is the small buildings, work exempt from permit fee and building inspections unless otherwise required by code, any detached accessory structure up to 250 in their, 256 in their case, exempt from permit fee. So that's just part of the code. When you just click on it, it's very simple, very straightforward. You just respond to or refer to the IBC.
I think that that's pretty common, especially in a place where you don't necessarily have a designated building inspector, because you don't want a building inspector who has to study and learn every little single place and area that they go to. I think that's why most people tend to go with IBC code, is because then you can read up on one set of codes and say, no, that's out of violation, and here's the code that I'm gonna reference it for you, rather than, oh, I have to go through 300 pages of Bluff's building code to see, you know.
What's different.
Which is good, they're going to charge, you know, I think that's important for keeping expenses down for the people who are actually applying for building codes, because they're gonna be charging by the hour probably. And I think it's important that we kind of go with the standards.
And you see it's called International Building Code,
Yeah.
so it's widely accepted and simple to just put that in on our ordinance.
So you would want to have reference to it in this particular ordinance that we're looking to pass, or?
It seems like, to me, it seems like this is the ordinance, we're following the IBC, except for the small structures. And then in Blanding said it needed to be 4 feet from any other structure and meet setbacks. I don't know that we say how far it has to be from another structure, but I know it has to meet setbacks.
I think that probably the big addition that we're gonna have is our dark sky lighting and individual setbacks. And I think, because I think that those are pretty much the only things that differ from us to the county right now, and it should, a building permit, is that they have to also meet our international, or our dark sky ordinance and our setback.
And when they get a land use clearance, though, they ask for that. P&Z asks for that and points out that they have to do dark sky and stuff.
So one thing I was thinking about yesterday was, if I remember correctly, in exterior lighting, in zoning is that when there's a sale or transfer of the building, things have to be brought into compliance, and we don't have a mechanism for doing that. And so we should really talk about people buying a new house or, purchasing a building, like, who's gonna be responsible? The building inspector most likely, so is that a separate piece? Like, okay, we see there's going to be a transfer, is everything in compliance with whatever we've written?
Yeah, and I don't think you can do that. That's what Chris was saying when the discussion was around RV parks, and okay, now it's selling, so can we make them meet all the setbacks and all of the things?
Not the setbacks, I'm talking about the exterior lighting
Yeah, oh,
specifically,
sorry.
because that is
I'm
already
sorry.
approved.
Okay,
You know,
sorry.
and if we shouldn't have passed it, then we better pull it out. But
No.
that's already approved, and I'm not talking about setbacks and making people tear down things or
Okay,
increase
sorry,
parking
I
lots
thought
or
we
any
were-
of that, yeah, just the exterior.
And that's true, and that is definitely part of it, which is why some people have changed their stuff, is because they were ready to sell.
Well, I think that the steakhouse was a perfectly good example of that. You know, they went and redid all of their exterior lighting before they sold it.
And Omer did a bunch too. He
But
was-
he's not selling.
He
Yeah, I mean,
hasn't sold it.
people did it, or businesses did it, but, going back to the enforcement question, so I really like the double the permit cost. If you start building and you don't have your permit, before you can get that valid permit, you've got to pay double the cost. I like that. And I also think under 9.01.09, the enforcement on A, where A, whatever that little I is, withhold certificates of occupancy and business licenses. I mean, anything that we're going to license or certify, somebody should not be able to move forward without being compliant. That's just my opinion.
Well, this is pretty standard language that he's put in here, I would think. Or is there a part that you think we have the option to take out?
Blanding,
No, on
San Juan
the-
County does that. I mean, several of them do it. I think it's a really good carrot to say to people, if you don't get your business license, when you do get it, it's going to double.
Would you put the double permitting fees under enforcement or violations?
That's a good question. Probably under violations, under 080.
Okay. And then I was seeing $500 per violation, in some of the other documents I was looking at too, for other codes. Oh, sorry, it's great. I was seeing double, I was seeing the $500, if not more in some instances, depending on like the severity of the violation. And then, let's see here. One thing that I did want to talk about, so when I was talking with Monticello, it seems as though their building official pretty much does the land use, what we determine as land use clearancing, that building official does that work as well. So they're ensuring that they're meeting the setbacks, the building height, all of the other Monticello code goes to the building official.
That's during construction though.
During construction.
So that would happen after the land use clearance has already been presented. That's just they're on the ground making sure that what they
Gotcha.
said they're doing is actually being done.
Gotcha, okay.
Because the way we do it, we present plans and everything else to the planning and zoning department before they issue a land use clearance, and you're not, you're not supposed to start on your construction until you have your land use clearance and your building permit.
And we want to keep those separate. We're
I think
good with
so.
that?
Mm-hmm.
Just wanna double check, so now we've got 2 sets of eyes, which is, I think, beneficial, but I just wanted to make sure that like, we can draw that line between, and I think planning and zoning has done a good job of that recently, of saying, yes, you need a land use clearance, come see us for X, Y, and Z, versus, oh no, it's gonna go straight to the building permitting. And so if we're okay with continuing that division, but if we did see the opportunity to move any of that back and forth, now's a good time to do it, but, okay,
So,
cool.
Erin, one of the questions that's come up in planning and zoning is, so that's the way it's set up now, the planning and zoning does the LUC, and then it goes to the building permit, which happened to be in Monticello then, but now it will go to somebody here in town as a building permit, the officer or the whoever, okay, so they get it separately from them. But then somebody needs to follow up, like you were saying, coming to see if what they said they were gonna do is what they did. And so the P and Z wanted them to come back, they wanted the county to send that permit back to them before they got the occupancy and before they got all approved, to see if like the dark sky actually was worked into it, to see if everything was actually done.
I don't know why that couldn't be the building inspector on their final inspection. Well,
Now that
and
we're
on
here.
setbacks
Yeah.
and things like that, you know, I mean, that's on their, you know, I mean, inspections go in a series. You don't have a building inspector who comes at the end of the project and
Right.
says, you didn't do this right. You
Right.
know, I mean, you should be doing these in a phase that, okay, I've got my footprint dug. Building inspector's gonna come. This isn't right, we're gonna catch it now before it's, you know, 17 steps down the road and, oh, your setbacks aren't right, and you're gonna have to tear this whole thing down. That's not gonna happen. So, you know, I mean, that's why it's important to pay attention to the frequencies of inspection, you know. I mean, you have your footprint inspection, you have your foundation inspection, you have your MP&E, mechanical engineer, or mechanical, electricity, and plumbing inspections.
Can we just hire you?
No. No, I know these terms, but I know nothing about what it needs to look like. And asked me about that yesterday. Now doing tile
No.
again.
And so, yeah, and that's the thing that would help, would be somehow on our building inspector, because it could be somebody local, it could be somebody different every time, that they need to know to also inspect for that dark sky.
Right, well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it should just be inherent that the person doing the inspections follows what the town ordinance is, not looking at somebody else's, so.
So I think probably we do need something about like the frequency of inspections, and I would say that this probably isn't necessitating exactly what that looks like, but gives the building official the capacity to determine that, and then work with the building inspector to conduct them.
We're also gonna have to have a person who reviews plans, because honestly, 3/4 of these problems should be caught before the building is even constructed in a plan review process.
Yeah, so site plan reviews,
And construction plan reviews.
Yeah, but is that our responsibility
Yes.
as a town?
Yeah, we have a site plan review.
Well, I know we do site plan, but to review somebody's building
Yep.
and then say that, okay, this is gonna stand up or this is gonna fall down
That is
Yeah,
our
that-
responsibility.
as a town.
Yes,
Yeah.
San Juan County does it.
They
They,
review
yes,
the
they have a plan
plans.
review.
that's why this is so scary that they just dropped this. So I think that probably falls under the inspector,
Yeah.
right? The inspector should be able to
Well,
fulfill
Yeah,
that,
or
or do we
another,
need-
or another official who knows what they're doing.
you know, I think under the building official, right at the very start, 9.01.010, I think that depending on the skill level of that person, if we're ending up contracting with two different people, an official, building official and a building inspector, one of the two of them should be able to do the site plan reviews and the building plans. And on a temporary basis, if we're looking at an emergency contract, that may be very well what we end up kind of parceling out, but, yeah, it's our obligation, and,
Well, and a lot of times, if it's not something that they have expertise in, they will require the homeowner to seek that expertise. For example, I'm just gonna throw out alternative construction, which, oh, by the way, most of the construction in building in Bluff usually falls under. When I was building my Adobe house, we could not go to the building inspector and get a standard building permit. We had to have special engineering done on our bricks and doing all kinds of other things because it wasn't a standard what they were familiar with building things. So we had to go take our bricks to get them engineered, broken and analyzed and said, yes, they're sufficient to stand up. But it's important because if you don't do this, then you get inferior building material and 20 years down the road, you have a dangerous place where people are now inhabiting.
When we had our inspection done for electrical, the electrical inspector didn't know how far apart the electrical outlets had to be in a roundhouse. And I'm like, I think the same as a square house, but.
So
It
one
was-
thing on that, discussion is that planning and zoning has up to today done the site plan clearance.
The site plan
We
review.
haven't had any, and I would say.
Because they're not big, yeah, but
Yeah.
other than
We-
the setbacks,
Yeah.
they bring them a footprint of where the house is gonna be, they show everything to, P&Z before, and then that's part of the land use clearance. They see that site plan, and then as the big site plan comes into play, the bigger the square footage is.
So, as an example, and not pointing out which building I'm talking about, but there was a building in the last 5 years that was constructed that needed a site plan review, and it did not get it, because people weren't used to knowing what a site plan review is. And right now, if I'm not mistaken, Erin is tasked with if we get something that's that big, it goes to Erin first to do the site plan review, not planning and zoning, because there were some intricacies in that building that was passed off, which is fine, but it really needed the site plan review in hindsight. And that's the learning process. And so Erin's our expert at this point.
Erin's not an expert.
Uh,
Erin
what-
relies on legal counsel, but I do think this is a good one to shift, right? Like if we're building the building department, I think those just in general need to go to the building
So
official.
that's why I'm bringing it up, but at
Yeah.
what point do you take over the site plan? 2,000 square feet, is that the size of the building?
So I don't know, I mean, I don't think planning and zoning has actually approved any site plans because it did fall under the threshold. I cannot recall them actually doing one, so it hasn't been an issue, but it's a great one. I think absolutely this needs to fall under this department.
Yeah, and the one I'm thinking of specifically, after the fact, our attorney told us it should have had a site plan review, because there were some intricacies in the plan. But it doesn't matter, it's over and done with. It's like, how do we move this forward now?
Well, that's what I mean, like right now, so maybe that's just as far as updating planning and zoning, I guess,
Yeah, I think that's a good one, that if we can ask planning and zoning to review. I mean, they're very familiar with the ordinances and applications because they've reviewed them recently, like within the last 2 years. And if they can go through and say, okay, we feel as though, and not that they make the final decision, but we feel as though, yeah, something like a site plan should go to the building department versus, hey, this is a land use clearance issue, we're gonna keep the approval on it. But, you know, there are so many interreferences in our ordinances and applications that them having gone through them recently, I think it would be helpful to have them go through and identify what language, if any, needs to be changed to reference the building department, and maybe not even the official, but just say the building department, and then we can say the building department is composed of these individuals. So site plan's a great one. Those are all on our website right now for folks. Coming back over here, and I know just to be cognizant of time, or is there anything else on this document that we wanna discuss today?
It's just partially to this document, but how, do we have plans for setting up a building department? Sounds like we need to do that along this path too.
So Ann, are we able to modify this language to essentially say that like this ordinance creates the department and then the department is composed of these individuals?
I don't know the answer to the question. I'm guessing we don't need to do that the building department is separate. It's implementing the ordinance. And the
Okay.
building department is, but that's what I would suggest is that we work on making it more Bluff-centric and more detailed, and then assemble a couple questions for Chris, which gets me to the point of, this is something we need planning and zoning's input on. They couldn't make today work, but they can do the 20th. Now, Linda can't do the 20th. And the question would, and I have something, but I can change mine. It's a personal issue, so I can change mine. What do people think about planning and zoning, at least with this piece, getting a joint meeting on this piece on the 20th?
And the time that they put out originally was 4 to 7 on the 20th. Is that still what is being discussed?
That's the time that they would have available.
It would be really nice for me if we could do it earlier. But if I need to get covered, then or I can just attend virtually.
Well, let's come back to that. Everybody give it some thought, and Linda, if you can think of, if you're okay with sitting that out, depending on how at the end of the day it looks like what we carry over to that 2A joint meeting, then we can talk about that.
Yeah.
So everybody, don't let me forget to go back at the end of the meeting to what does it look like for getting together with planning and zoning.
Yeah, it works fine for me. I have it in.
So, as referenced earlier, we did receive a proposal from Kristen Bushnell and Corey Coleman, who I believe is a building inspector in the Moab area. And that was included in your agenda packet. And so what they're kind of proposing is a package deal of a permit technician and building inspector for the town of Bluff. There's a 2-page document as well as their resumes that you can take a look at. These individuals, I believe, it's not on paper, would be qualified to do what we're talking about today and could fill the roles of building official and inspector. As we indicated, this is an emergency situation. I would advise after the building department and the roles are built out that we do ensure that, we should talk about, is this a temporary stopgap? If we were to bring these individuals in, would we need to rehire for the positions or put it out, as, we are hiring, we're looking for people who have these qualifications after this emergency basis is over. I would say that you all would have the ability to say, yep, this is an emergency situation. These are the people who have come to us who are able to do this. We're gonna put them in the role until things we've ironed some stuff out. One thing that I am concerned about is the fee permitting that is proposed. So they have flat rates identified on the 2-pager. And then and again, the whole purpose of us implementing a fee schedule is to ensure that we're covering the costs of administering these things. We are not looking to generate revenue from any of this. It's just to cover the costs. But their cost structure would look different than what was proposed in the master fee schedule that was presented last week. And so based on the cost that they're charging, they did issue some guidance as to how much they think the building permits would cost based on how many we do, X, Y, and Z. I'll go ahead and put it on the record. We've said before when we've gone over fees and permits that the general public does not set our fee and permitting rates. It's very important. I mean, we can receive feedback, but it is up to you as a council to ensure that we're charging the fees that we need to. So I think this is a more detailed conversation than what we probably have time to get into today, given the number of things on our agenda. But I just want to make sure that you're referencing this really, really in depth to say, I understand what's on this. What are the fees that we need to charge to make sure that we're covering the administrative costs? Because I can't tell you long term if these flat rates are going to be what we're going to have. I mean, we can always adjust the master fee schedule, which is nice, but is this too much? Is this too little? Is the fee structure that we've seen in every other municipality around us the right way to go? Or just due to the sheer number or lack thereof of permits that we're issuing, we know we have these fixed costs and therefore it does need to be a higher rate than maybe what people are familiar with. Has everyone looked at the 2-pager that I'm referencing, this proposal?
Yep. Well, going back to what the immediate situation is, I think we'll get more information from talking with Kristen Bushnell and Corey Coleman. When you look at the reality of where we're situated, we have 4 licensed building inspectors in our county. One is with the sheriff's department and will have limited, if zero bandwidth, in my opinion. Being a new deputy is probably gonna usurp a fair amount of his time. We have the person who was doing the inspections, who moved into a different position, and I don't know what that was, but that person was not at all interested in picking up inspections. We have in the area, which would be Corey Coleman up in Moab, who is interested. There was one other inspector, and then there's Jones and DeMille, who do not have both residential and commercial, and they charge $185 an hour versus $90 to $120. So, at least in my opinion, whatever we're doing now is truly an emergency stopgap, but in reality may be where we're at because of the limitations on inspections. For paying somebody to come over from Price, we've already seen what that looks like with the food inspection piece. It's a disaster. We're not a priority, I get that. They're coming over because they're working on a contract basis and they squeeze us in when they can do it, which is fine, except that then when the inspector shows up and there's no one here to open the buildings, we've just wasted money. So time and money, their time, our money. So I want to just emphasize, to me, this is like, we talk to these folks, we see if it works, get everything at least on a temporary basis to move forward into the building season, and then work at figuring out what a building department actually looks like and permanency.
So,
Oh, well, as far as Corey Coleman, it looks to me like he must live in Monticello and works in Moab. And so I'm curious about the proposal, why we would pay him a monthly salary. Like, wouldn't we just pay him like, don't the builders bill, or do we have to have some sort of, like, it seems like a lot.
I think that we could spend a lot of time hypothesizing how they came up with this. We need to talk to them face to face.
Well,
and come back.
that, it's not on there, I don't see any rate on his.
so Kristen's is $500 a month and Corey's is $1,000 a month.
And that's what they offered?
And that's a fixed rate every month.
See, I don't see, and can Kristen is she licensed for building inspection? It didn't
No,
seem
she
like I
is
saw
not.
that.
No, she's
Yeah.
talking about being a building official.
That she'd be
That's what she does.
accepting, I'm not seeing how much, I guess, that he wanted. Maybe
It's at
set
the-
that separately or something.
It's at the bottom of, so on this building and this.
I saw
it's-
that.
It's at the bottom of his, on the left-hand side.
So
But
that
that
$1,000 a month, if I understand it correctly, is based on doing 4, possibly 5 inspections per permit, with the idea that if this was something that worked into a more permanent situation, we'd sit back and review the number of permits we actually have had and whether or not we're charging too much or too little and paying them too much or too little, because the goal is to, if you'll notice, the proposed building fee schedule, fees to cover town expenses based on applications. It is not revenue generating. But I think what we need to do is get more data from the 2 individuals. And if anybody knows a building inspector that they want to reach out to and say, contact the town with your information, but we've got, we're not in the best bargaining position on a temporary basis.
Well, my question was more like, I didn't see it in his resume. So did he say that somewhere, or did we just decide we'd pay him?
No, it's on this proposal page,
That's
not
what
on
he
this
sent?
work- not on
They
this
sent
work.
it combined?
Did you look at,
I did, but I thought that was created within that was from
that's from
Kristen.
them.
From them
That-
together.
That's
Okay.
why,
Okay, that's from them, okay. All right.
And then my other question, given that this is a deviation from what the drafted fee schedule is on our website right now, would we want to, I do want to ensure that we're receiving public feedback on the fee schedule before it's passed. Do we want to put this, or maybe I can have both, or I just want to make sure that like if this is the direction that we're going, that the public's able to view it as quickly as possible.
I would say do a link that just links it, and the link would be called pending proposals for employment, something, here, this is what the town's talking about, but we have these people who put in a proposal. This is the range that we can talk about at a public hearing.
Okay, I will get
Some-
that on the website.
Yeah,
Did
something-
we advertise that they responded to? 'Cause I didn't remember, or did they just know that we're in this predicament?
They
and
just knew
said-
that we were in the predicament because Kristen,
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say, and I'm gonna put it on the record because I'm not we're in an emergency situation. Kristen Bushnell was the official who was doing this at the county level. She is no longer authorized by San Juan County to do it at the county level, so she reached out to us and said, I can do it for you directly. And then I come as a package deal, Corey comes as a package deal with me. And so it's either none of them or both of them for this particular emergency basis.
In this,
But that is why they reached out, is because Kristen is the one who called and said, I'm not doing this for you all anymore, at the direction of the county.
And
So-
I want to add to what Erin is saying. At the time that Kristen reached out and told us that they would not be doing it, she offered other possible solutions, teaming up with Blanding, looking at Monticello, doing an interlocal agreement, all of which went to hell in a handbasket when Blanding's inspector walked out and retired with 4 days' notice. So this was not the immediately, hey, I'm cutting you out, no, I want your business. This was not what happened. There was a whole range of discussion in between Kristen and myself, with Erin and Kristen, about what can we be offered, and then looking at the other 4 building inspectors who, yeah. So let's get more information from Kristen Bushnell and Corey Coleman, work on getting this kind of smoothed out in the ordinance, and then figure out what our date of a work session is with planning and zoning.
In my opinion, their cost that they're charging per month is kind of a guarantee to us that
they'll show up.
our needs will be addressed in a timely fashion, as opposed to, oh, well, I had to go to Price because now I'm in Price because I couldn't get enough work down here and da-da-da-da. Sorry, I can't be there for the next 7 days.
And remember, we're under new guidelines that require us to move these within 3 days of a request for an inspection. We're not getting hit with ideal things spread out. This is like a big dump between what changed in the legislature and what's changed in San Juan County. And I think,
The 3-day limit, though, is you do it in 3 days or give them a list and they find their own inspector. So it's not quite as much pressure on the town.
I would disagree with that. Who are we gonna put on the list? Jones and DeMille. That's it, 180. Yeah, to me, we just need to figure out what they're offering, see if that's acceptable, get the building ordinance up and running on a temporary basis if we need to, and get the fee schedule approved.
Part of the purpose of government is to help provide services that are difficult for individuals and business owners the like to make things happen. I mean, if I have to call a building inspector from Salt Lake City to come inspect one of my buildings, it's gonna cost me an exorbitant amount of money, which is going to make people not wanna build in this community, and it's there again going against being friendly to people wanting to be here. So as we as a governing body can make this so it's a more approachable way to do it, then that's kind of how I look at that. It needs to be done. I think that's the purpose of government.
And, it goes back to what services can the town provide? Well, we can provide building permits, we can start looking at the water, we can start doing a whole lot of things. I mean, we've done a lot in the 7 years. And in some ways, we just need to approach it from, okay, it's just another department, and it's gonna require some quick work and some decision-making, and here we go. But
And if this solution doesn't work for us and we get into it for a year and say, wait a minute, we're spending way too much money on this and it's not working.
Yeah.
Then we go back to the drawing board and say, what other, who can we team up with? How can we make this happen?
Your approach of looking at it as a service is a good one.
Well, definitely, this all makes sense, and it's unfortunate, but makes sense. Keep hearing temporary and emergency, so I just think it'll be good if we have like a plan now for like when we're gonna review it again, and is it the fall of what's this year, 2025? Is it the fall of this year? Or is it something where we can review it with enough space to make the changes so we're not running into this again next year, and it just, what I'm saying, just keep kicking.
So without jumping the gun, if we were to end up contracting with Bushnell and Coleman or someone else on a temporary basis, I would think get partway through this building cycle and look at what we actually have had historically and what we have now from this year. And then, hopefully put a more detailed plan in permanently. I think I've been pretty open. One of my goals before I leave office is to clean up this long list that we're looking at of things that have been pending, because I don't want to be the person that walks out on January 6th and the next mayor says, holy shit, what did she do? She left us with all this stuff. I don't want to be that person. So no, Britt, to answer your question, I wouldn't want to get to the end of the calendar year. I think the review would be pretty quick after we've had a few permits and seen where we are. Okay, if there's nothing else on that, let's move to the discussion of planning and zoning's request for an ordinance banning idling vehicles transporting radioactive materials within the town of Bluff. And then I added the word constitutionality, because it's something I would definitely want to run by Chris. I'm fairly certain I know the answer to the question, or I wouldn't have put it on here, but this is something we do need planning and zoning input on as well, which would also be something we talk with them about in the next joint meeting. But did everybody read this, and what are your thoughts about it?
On which part, the idling vehicles?
I'm sorry?
On which part, the idling vehicles?
Yes, that one. The one that's captioned, an ordinance banning the idling of vehicles transporting radioactive
Oh, sorry.
materials.
Okay, so, Malia could do this probably better than me, but in all the P and Z meetings, often it's brought up as to what is under their jurisdiction, we'll call it, compared to town council. And so the nuisance things, they always want to kick back to town council. So like idling vehicles, noise ordinance, light ordinance, all that stuff kind of is not under planning and zoning.
This came from planning and
I
zoning.
know, but that's what I'm saying, this is part of what they have discussed. And so I think we need to think of it in that realm of what do they do? Are they doing it as a public comment and want us to consider another ordinance? But that always comes up, whether it's a nuisance, and whether it's actually planning and zoning.
Well, let's start with looking at whether or not something we even want to consider.
The idling.
Right, limiting idling vehicles to 5 minutes or less.
And are we looking at this in just the realms of trucks carrying uranium, or are we looking at this in the reference of all trucks? Because,
It's been all trucks, it's been on the P and Z
Well, but it
list of
just-
ordinances for.
List specifically on what we were presented, trucks carrying uranium.
Right.
You
And so-
know, I mean, come on, really, guys, I know we're all upset about them bringing uranium through town, but
So would you like to see that, which is why it's on here, it came from planning and zoning, so is this something you'd like to see as a broader discussion?
well, I think as growing up as a child who lived on the highway, which, you know, maybe isn't an entirely appropriate place to build your house anyways, but,
It was
It's-
business.
it was, but it's noisy, and I can see, you know, I know that people in town are sensitive about the trucks that park across your street and sit there with their reefer trucks on all night and idle.
Mhm.
So if we're gonna address it, then I say address it for all trucks, not just trucks carrying uranium. I mean, personally, if I were a uranium truck driver, Bluff would be probably the last place that I would even stop to go to the bathroom, let alone let my truck sit and idle.
Yeah, and that's why it's on here versus on for anything for voting or anything like that. It's like, would everybody be in agreement that this is something that should go into our discussion of the joint work session with planning and zoning? Or what would you like to see happen with it? Let's start with that.
I wonder if they have, I think that there might be more important things to address currently than idling trucks. That's just my opinion, but.
I think that since it's such a simple thing and since it would be primarily on the highway, that's one of the questions I have, is that something that's enforced by the deputies and the state? I think it's so, there have been, especially during the summer for some reason, a fair number of complaints from the west side where they park by the Desert Rose and run. And we're pretty soundproof and we can hear it. That's really not the criteria. This is pretty straightforward and easy, I think, rather than saying, at least for me, rather than saying, well, there's more important things, is let's maybe put it on the joint discussion and see what the consensus is. And if there's no consensus to move it forward, then that's the end of it. But when I wrote the agenda initially, it was with the hope that we'd all be at the table, and it just couldn't happen.
My comment is that, like I say, it's been circulating P and Z for quite a long time, but the idea here is exactly that. It's like the Jake breaks, that was supposed to be part of it too, which incorporates kind of the whole noise ordinance. Certain decibels, certain amount of time that you can make noise, 10 minutes is long enough, and then you gotta not if you're making the decibels, that kind of thing. So it was tied to that, but if you have that, then the deputies can, if you have a truck that comes down the hill every day and blasts it right in front of, whatever.
Seems to be the Desert Rose is one favorite spot.
Well, but I'm sure over at Bluff Dwellings, that
Oh, yeah.
hill, you're slowing down and Jake breaking and the
Oh, yeah.
people that are down at the bottom and whatnot. But anyway, coming through town, if we have an ordinance and we have a problem, we can call them and say, hey, can you come and watch for this activity? And then they can do it. Otherwise, they cannot do anything for us. So that's why I would like to go ahead and push it on through, but it's been waiting,
Yeah, and that was the reason I pulled the Jake break out of the noise ordinance, because when you look at the noise ordinance that was drafted by planning and zoning, which is great, but the enforcement ability of a lot of those things were off the highway, like complaining about the barking dog. We don't have enforcement for that right now. We can barely, yeah, so
But
when I got this from planning and zoning, this plus the Jake break, they're pretty straightforward, pretty simple. The enforceability is done by someone other than us.
But the rest of that noise ordinance, say you have a barking dog, or say you have somebody that does loud music or blares their horn on their car, or whatever it is that they're doing as a noise violation, if we have a noise ordinance, we can call them for that too, to go talk to I mean,
Not if it's off the highway, it's not gonna be enforced.
If we have an ordinance, we can't have them come and respond? I mean, that's the.
That, it doesn't rise to the level of an emergency, the barking dog. I've gone through this with the deputies time and time and time again. Barking dogs, they're not gonna be answering those calls, even if we had an ordinance. The
But what-
dangerous dog, yes. And that's why I've been trying to get a meeting with the sheriff. And I was just told probably I'd do better talking to the assistant, who's Alan Freestone, getting a hold of Deputy Freestone, which I'm going to do this week. That suggestion was just made on Thursday. I didn't realize our sheriff was MIA, so.
The noise isn't only dogs, it could be somebody blasting a radio or running a big saw in the middle, or, you know, some big noisy thing at 3 in the morning, or it doesn't, it's not aimed at dogs, it's just the decibel level.
Right. But right now, what we're talking about, Lou, is those specific two pieces. One is jake breaking and one is the idling. We're
Good
not
place
talking
to
about that
start.
other whole long noise ordinance. So since we've raised the jake breaking and that's on here, would folks be okay if we put both of those on to talk to planning and zoning about? And that gives me at least a couple days this week to try to reach out to Deputy Freestone, who has been very interested in engaging on how you do enforcement. My primary focus with the deputy would be these plus, or not these, the dog at large, dangerous dog.
Which section are you reading the Jake break?
It's not in this one, it's in,
Oh,
it's
it's in-
under agenda 9, for the noise ordinance, drafted noise ordinance. Do you want me to pull that one up now while we're?
Yeah, let's just include 9 in this as well. Yeah, I'm specifically pulling jake breaking out of that noise ordinance.
Right, I'm just not seeing it on the idling vehicle ordinance. when
It's
you
not,
read-
it's under number 9.
Yeah, that's what she
And
said.
since it came up, I thought it would be, this is a good time to incorporate it in the discussion rather than going back to it.
Not sure, I think I'm on there. We did receive a request from the public to get some of these drafted ones on the website. So by tomorrow at noon, I'll just have like a PDF draft of like what we looked at today, with a note that specifically says these are drafts, these are not, this is just what was talked about.
Yeah, so again, I'm sorry, I see it on the agenda and I see it, but I don't see it on the ordinance and I don't see it in our packet. Am I missing it? Or was it, or you'll add it to it and put it on the website? Is
This
that-
one, so this one's in the Google Drive. So I had
Okay.
links to a lot of the Google Drive, and actually, I'm having a hard day. It's, there's been a lot on our plates, but the drive was actually down all weekend, and only one person responded to me that said, hey, the drive is down, I'm concerned, I can't get to any of these documents. Y'all didn't look at these, and we have 15 agenda items. Why are we not using the agenda packet? Is there a better way that I can present it to you so it's more digestible? I mean, this is a huge amount, and I don't mean to chastise, but
I think it was.
Please feel free to do it because that was my problem over the weekend. I couldn't get to the Google Drive. I did all of my possible suggestions in emails because I couldn't get to the Google Drive, but I'm not seeing anybody else responding. And so,
I looked at it this morning,
well,
but it's,
No, and this is not, it is to the entire council, because I am spending a lot of time preparing agenda packets. If you're not gonna use them, I will not continue to create them.
I mean, we use them a lot, this is just a huge one.
It is a
So
huge
it was
one.
just, I mean, it was a
I
matter of
agree,
like-
and I worked hard to get it out early to you all. It was out
No,
on
I
Thursday
saw it.
as opposed to on Monday, because it was so, but no one looked at it, because
No,
no
I-
one told me that the Google Drive was down. I
It
know you
wasn't-
didn't look at these.
it wasn't down Thursday though. When you sent it, I saw it Thursday or Friday.
Okay, that's good. I'm happy to hear that. I know it was down since
And I
Saturday.
love your packets.
Okay.
I love your packets.
I
And that's why I
appreciate the
say I
feedback.
think I'm missing the Jake breaking part, but maybe I just missed it.
No, so it looks like it is on page, I'll put page numbers in. It looks like it's on the 4th page of the noise ordinance. Assuming I linked to the right one, but it's under the section E. It shall be unlawful for drivers of any vehicle to use or operate or cause to be used or operated within the town of Bluff a jake brake or dynamic braking device or system except to avoid imminent danger. And then per UDOT policy 06C-24, engine braking restriction signing, revised March 20, well, you should check that date. The town is encouraged to work with UDOT to place engine brake restriction signing. So this specific one, for the noise ordinance is what we were looking at. And I think, Ann, what you were indicating was that we would just pull this quick little definition and create just a jake brake ordinance.
Yep.
And then maybe look at the other noise stuff that's gonna be harder to enforce off the I should say harder to enforce, but we would need to have a more robust enforcement system, in place.
Yeah.
So, this little section seems pretty basic. It looks like planning and zoning probably edited this back in 2021. Is there anything else that we would want to add to jake braking in reference to the noises created by highway traffic that could be enforced by a deputy?
So back in April of 2023, we had a conversation with Jared Beard at UDOT on including with the jake braking, no parking signs, and there's a whole ordinance that you have to go through with UDOT, a whole regulation for putting any sign on the highway. Now, the jake brake is interesting because I believe those are still up on the highway, they just can't be enforced. And so those costs are already covered in terms of signage. But I then inquired about the no parking, which was kind of similar tied to the idling vehicles. So there was, so I have all the instructions from Jared Beard about how we would do that. And what I can do is combine one item for P and Z Town of Bluff discussion, which would be idling vehicles, jake braking, and no parking. And that's all enforced because it's on the highway and works with UDOT. Is everybody okay with doing that? And we can have that discussion? And Erin, thank you for putting together the packets and doing that work. I know it is a lot of work.
And we use them during the meetings too. I sent you a request for my access now is denied
When did you send that?
just now
Oh, okay.
because.
It should, wait, to
'Cause it-
Google Drive?
Uh-huh.
You all can't get on it right now?
Right, I mean, I just tried it now. I saw it before, but anyway, but this like jake braking thing doesn't matter. We can add it to the ordinance and it'll be just fine.
Let me-
But if there's something else that,
I
I'm
think,
gonna stop sharing my screen for a second to make sure you all can get into everything else as you move on to the next document. Because I do wanna make sure you can get into Google Drive.
yeah, I mean, it was working, but.
The Google Drive thing has happened before. It's not just Google Drive, like you can't get into Google News. And it seems like it's just an overlap of when we pay them, if we don't pay them in time, it stops the service, and then when they get paid. And-
Yeah.
And I think it's, probably tied it to the credit card or something,
That's
so
exactly
it's
what
not.
happened. The credit card was not updated, so I fixed it last night at 8:00 at night. But, yeah, let me make sure. Okay, so Jen, Luanne, you can't access Google Drive at all. Britt, are you on Google Drive right now?
I tried to do it.
It still didn't take you in. Okay, all right.
so this would be a good time, because what we indicated in the schedule is we'd break from noon to about 12:45. And it's almost noon. And some of these others, I mean, the reality is we may not get through them, but I think what we should do is individually each, okay, so just a caveat, no discussion of work while we're having our lunch. If we want to start back up at 12:30, we could do that. But let's talk about something else more cheerful than trying to plan out work. And then the second piece is run through here in your own mind and what what is the singularly most important things for us to discuss without planning and zoning? And maybe we need to, when I look at this, a lot of this, we need to kind of tighten up with P and Zs. So, does that work for everyone? Take our lunch break?
Sure.
It's 11:57.
This time change thing is still throwing. I know, it's like stuck for lunch already.
So, do you want to move it to a different? Are you-
No, it just surprises me.
Let's put it on our agenda to keep our time some other time. Arizona time and Bluff only.
Well, Utah it was on it made it through one body and not the other.
Yeah.
No, it's nothing, it's just my body,
Yeah.
my body clock is not used to.
Oh, I know. The person I was with in Salt Lake City moved her watch 2 hours up and
Oh, no.
instead of, yeah, it was like,
no.
this was bad enough. Okay, so I need a motion to recess for,
Recess for lunch.
Second.
all in favor? Aye.
Hi, till 12:30, is that what you said?
And you want to post? Yeah, let's aim for 12:30. We'll come back at 12:30. I am going to turn the recorder off, which is probably good anyway.
Craig, can you turn off our audio, but I'll just post a little message that we're at recess.
Okay, everybody grab food.
I need to go grab food. We are at
In fire
here.
What?
Hi, Jackie. Yes.
Oh, hi. Are you eating lunch here? No.
She goes, I don't think I'm going to lunch because I bet they feed us.
All right.
Chicken and waffles.
Enjoy. Yeah.
Can I check something on your computer?
I mean, I thought mine was a problem of, because I'm still signed into Office.
Yeah,
for
'cause
some
we're not
reason.
signing.
And actually,
on
Office
Google
should
account.
definitely get you in
Yeah, so
there.
it was,
So,
when I clicked on it, it just
are
said.
all of the links not?
I'm gonna ask Britt.
That's Britt has been doing.
That was good. Doing.
Why does this look like this? I was like, I wouldn't have this to be technical type.
It's like you get this, 3/4 of the way done.
So we've got to put it in the camper, so. If you need anything in Durango.
I have ink cartridges, but I was thinking about just taking them to Denver. 'Cause we have $20 credit that expires at the end of March anyway, so.
Well, your call, I could take them because I'm Southwest Appliance and it's right out there, right by it.
Oh, okay. That would be good. I'll get that
Then you don't
together.
have to think about it on your vacation.
But they're like, oh, and no manager on scene. And no manager on scene.
so-
Where's the manager? I was like, we have 10 rooms.
I like-
It was the weekend. I have a perfect.
I like reading Google News,
I'm sorry.
and,
Sharing is the off-season.
you know, I couldn't, and
We're gonna close our lobby at 8 o'clock.
it's,
and
could not get into
on
it
scene on scene on the night. I'm sorry.
because our Google Suites, you know, was not working.
Right?
But it's kind of like,
Yeah, it was like,
Go on the
why
highway.
is my Mac tied to that? And so I bought a brand new Mac on 4th of July when they were on sale. And have, since I thought my regular Mac was dying and having problems, which it isn't, it's literally long. And the guys that I went to Cortez said, yeah, this should be fine till the end of the year. So I'm kind of like not wanting to even start up the new Mac until January, which makes Lottie crazy. She wants to get on it.
I hear you. That's my thing, you know, it's like. I'm so fortunate to have Alan because he's like my smooth.
So how was the birthday party?
It was good. It was like an 8-hour event.
That's exactly it.
It was long.
It was great.
It was awesome.
It was great, yeah.
Had a good turnout, good parade.
Great weather.
Bunch of kids showed up. So, how was the genealogy conference?
I didn't go there.
You did it?
No.
See, I have always wanted to go to one of those because I do family history
Okay,
type
so-
stuff. And
You and I should go up there and do a road trip. Because when Diane was going to the conference, she's really big in the genealogy. And then she was telling me all this stuff, and then she got in, she has a subscription to a lot of subscriptions. So she was looking up my family. I'm like, this would be so good to go to. So it went Wednesday through Saturday. And then I hung out with her in the evening, Friday and Saturday, and then Sunday we had the day together. And then she went back Monday, I was gonna buy a new phone and I talked myself out of it. And then I went back and looked at it again, by then nobody wanted to wait on me. It's like, yeah. But you can learn so much, and they walk you through on those computers.
Right, and how to research it. That's, you know, I mean, because when I do it by myself, find myself down the rabbit hole, and it takes hours and hours and hours. I was like, there's gotta be a better way to do this. But my dad's family, my dad's dad committed suicide when he was 5, and being the good Catholic family that we are, it was never discussed again, period. So my dad didn't know any information about it. My grandma refused to talk to us about it whatsoever. So it's crazy for me to try to go back and figure out that kind of stuff. You know, I got told my whole entire life that I was English and German. Neither of which I am. Oh, I'm like, oh, really? Okay. It's like off of his side of the family, you know. It's like, no, you're Irish. You know, I mean, almost 100% Irish. And I was like, okay, that never even came up. You know? On both sides. That's why it throws me so much. Is I was like, well, Grandma, okay, I can understand you don't want to talk about Clark, your dead husband because you're Catholic and we don't talk about this because he's in hell or whatever.
Oh,
And,
really?
yeah, Catholics believe that fairly strongly.
Yep.
If you commit suicide, you're going straight to hell. You know, it's like, there's no German in there whatsoever. I'm just like, okay, you're Irish. But it's just, it's fascinating to me. But in doing research on my grandfather, who died when my dad was 5, and my grandma's not alive to tell me about it, and none of his relatives are alive to tell me about it, I've found, bowls and things like that. You can go in on your documents, and I've found like cemetery records and things like that, where he's just totally wiped off. Catholic church records, they'll list siblings, they'll list children. He's gone. And it was like he never existed. And I mean, there are records of him, obviously, but
So that was kind of, Diane had a different challenge, but she's been working on it with coming to Salt Lake to the conference for several years.
uh-huh,
And she's adopted, or not she is, her mom is adopted.
right?
So all the records in Michigan were sealed. And so she's been trying to maneuver that. They've been helping her
No, I just like,
Figure
Craig's
out
in the corner, I feel bad.
how to get to them. And of course, I had other suggestions because they were sealed in, let's just say 1940, and her mother was born in 1923, and they weren't sealed at that time when she was adopted. And I said, instead of doing all the maneuvering they're doing, assuming those records still exist, which is a whole other question
Right.
at all, is I would just get a court order asking to unseal it in case it's sealed. But then the hurdle is she doesn't know where her mom was born.
Right. But can she go?
Literally,
I'm
I'm sure.
assuming if she's big into genealogy stuff, that she's done DNA stuff.
Oh, yeah. She's,
So what did you end up naming them?
she's
Right.
done all that.
So then you can track through other people who, match with you genetically.
So they're working on it.
Yeah, you know what? I feel
Yeah,
like
they're
our dogs,
working,
like, they
but
just go by
it
nicknames
was so
anyway.
amazing, like
Yonto's
she came back
really
and she's
Yonto,
like,
he's like,
oh, I
"Bubba."
found this.
Yeah, no, it's amazing the stuff you can find. I'm particularly interested in Antonio's side because I'm trying, I feel really frustrated because
Our dog was
kids,
staying with a puppy too. He did grow out of
well,
it.
and Antonio as well,
Very stressful, like very stressful.
don't
I understand.
know anything about their Native American heritage.
I know that's just his way of.
Because the Spanish take over everything, and that part of the family didn't exist. But he tests
Well, I
out
think a lot about how
genetically
like
50%.
like those are their hands, right? Like their mouth is their
It's like,
hand.
oh, well, we
So,
know
yeah,
Apache.
our puppy's like,
We don't know what band of Apache,
just
we
did it.
don't, blah, 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 blah.
and I know they're like
It's just like,
not supposed to.
so, my friend Tom Have is coming on Friday, and I was like, Jess, you gotta help me because he does all kinds of research on this stuff. It's like, no, you should be able to check DAWS rolls, you should be able to, if you can get me names, we
was
can
like
figure
ping
out
pong ball.
what brand or what.
But no, he ate the whole thing.
But, Yeah, it's just,
Yeah, like an entire 6 hours.
they for so long, the Spaniards are so white or whatever, they just totally deny their native heritage, and I was like, that's wrong.
Another bone for him.
That's just wrong.
My
Super sure.
third cousin,
So your first
I hadn't seen him in years, and
trip of the
we
year.
met at
was
a
whole
meet,
way.
our other third cousin was participating in a seniors diving class about 4 years ago.
Oh, okay.
And I asked how his wife Connie was. And she has developed dementia, whatever, but then he said the weirdest thing happened, they went to finish America. They're both assumed 100% Finnish because they were in a Finnish farming town and everybody was Finnish. And a woman completely stranger to Connie walked up and said, oh, is that your husband's last name? And Connie's like, that's my last name. And she said, you're not Finnish. And Connie said,
Yes, I am.
and the woman said, well, I can tell you you're not, but whatever. So Connie was like, that's weird. So they had not done DNA testing. Of course, Bill
How many
came
days on
back
the river?
literally at 100%. And Connie didn't. Well, unknown
Malia,
small
I wonder
town.
about Malia and Britt.
Everybody
I
knew
wonder
about
more about her
Connie and her siblings.
14 days?
parents that had an outside relationship, and
We just got back from the.
Connie was the product of these people.
It was so pretty.
So
It was my first
here
time
she
down
is,
there, so just
65
staring at the
years old.
rocks. Oh my God.
She's like, well,
Layers.
finished
The water
marriage.
was so
I'm changing
cold.
my name. And Bill's like, to what? She
Like
said,
45.
I don't want Mackie, I don't want, I'm not finished. Why have I bought into all this? And then she was getting dementia and it never happened. She died 2 years ago. I said to Bill, not at all. He said, oh, no. And then, of course, when she confronted her family,
They were in denial.
everybody was like, yeah, well, we just never thought you needed to know.
Right.
So she knew the people.
My Gary's brother, turns out he's a half-brother, the oldest brother. So,
Yeah. That's when it got
Yeah,
really
yeah.
cold. So it was a cold snap.
I'm English and English, which I consider really boring, but my sister is in DAR, so.
We did, cause like, a nasty cold front came in like right after you guys got back, right after you got off. Yeah.
So she'd had to do a lot of work to get in.
You look at Antonio's map, Antonio's map is literally all over the world. You look at mine, it's like Ireland, Scotland, that's it,
Yeah, we got
a little bit of
back
Welsh.
last night.
It's like,
See, that would be interesting, the English and English.
Britt was one of our rowers.
Okay.
And Zach and one of his cousins, Cole, we had 4 boats. But we all had spent some time on the oars. Some of us that weren't rowing the rapids would row the flat water and give our oarsmen and
This
women
is
a break.
great.
Because there were 12 of us. And so we were able to rotate pretty
So
well.
I'm going,
So
while
I
they're
read some
going to
flats.
Farmington.
You know, I didn't do too shabby. I
For
read a
spring
couple of the
break,
smaller
and
rapids.
changing.
Took
Hit
the
the
team
mall
through
and
some
all.
big waves and
Nice.
got some screams from myself and the others.
the one time we did the Grand, we were on 22-foot cats, motor rigs.
No, we'll go
Because
to
we were on
Durango.
for 7 days.
I really wanted to go Friday, and it's like,
But, I mean, a
it's gonna
22-foot
rain,
boat.
well, I don't wanna bring the
I'm
dishwasher
used
back.
to 20-foot,
Yeah,
2-foot
I
boats.
know.
I grew up with them at Wild Rivers and whatever,
So,
but we had 2 of them.
no.
And Antonio and I had never done the
So I
canyon
can do
before,
the
we were the only ones
cartridges
that
and-
ever
Okay.
can. So he's back there with our friend
And then
Bill,
we'll
who's
go to Sunnyside,
done it
so
since
if
he
there's
was like
anything you want
8
to
years old,
Sunnyside.
whatever. It's like, oh, you're good,
Otherwise,
just follow George.
I don't really
who
think I
was
need
driving
groceries
the
yet,
boat
because
up
I
ahead
came
of
back
us.
from Trader Joe's with
We
veggies.
kept having motor problems, but like the whole trip, we kept having motor problems.
no.
They would go out. I think it was Hans, maybe, maybe it was Hans. We were going down, maybe it was Herman.
Dog
whatever.
isn't doing well.
But Ontario was running
He's
the motor.
he's having
And
a
Will's
seizure.
like, oh, just follow George, it's fine, he's got a good line, da, da, da.
Yeah,
My friend Erin and I are sitting up front,
Jack
George's motor.
was telling me about
Kicks
it,
out.
so.
Oh my God, through the rapid?
That's right, yeah,
Oh my
going into the rapid, and Erin just starts yelling, Ontario, don't follow George.
Don't follow him, don't do what he did.
So stressful. But I remember at one point in time, we were completely vertical, and this I think was it was either Crystal or Lava. We were completely vertical with our J-rig, so 22-foot boat standing up vertically going down this way. It was so scary. I was like, I cannot imagine doing this river in anything smaller than this boat.
Oh, yeah, we were in 18s.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, no, I
And
can't.
watching them disappear behind the
Yeah,
waves,
no,
I was like, this water is huge.
Yeah, I was
Because we were usually third, and then Britt would run sweet. So we'd have 2 boats go ahead of us, and I was like, they completely disappear, and then you'd see them come back up and just get a face full of water, and then go back down and face full of water. I was like, I'm ready. I'll ride the tube. I'll take the blast.
And nobody went overboard.
Nobody went overboard that didn't want to.
Oh.
There was one guy, Brendan, he was a wild card. He was trying to, he wanted to cartwheel into the rapids or something. And so he's standing up and he's doing his thing, and then the next thing we see, he just kind of, whee! He was wearing a helmet. He was just fine.
I was like, you know what makes rapids, right? You know,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, no.
there's rocks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he was a crazy man.
No serious injuries, no weird bites or.
Nope, Spencer cut his toe really nicely, but,
Oh,
you know, he super glued it, and
good.
it was fine.
No, that's what I do.
It worked so well.
When we
Yeah,
first,
baking soda, it's so much stronger.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
interesting, huh? The
And it's
first
like
year
rock
that
hard.
Leah had the restaurant open, she cut her finger really bad on meat slicer. And it was like, we were opening and whatever, and she's like, we can't go to the clinic right now, we're just gonna super glue this. Jen, you have to super glue it. So I'm over there trying to, hold it close, and my finger got stuck to her freaking.
Oh, no.
It's like, I can't pull my finger.
We're working together like this the rest of the day.
I'm gonna rip this open again, and I'm like, you're going to the clinic, I don't care.
Right?
Our dog used to split her tail because she wagged it so hard she hit the wall. And there's a glue that you can use for dogs and cats. And so when I cut my finger, I'm like, where's that stuff? And so I put the tail stuff on my finger.
Probably works.
It'll all work.
Yeah.
You know, it's just, you don't really know what's in it. So,
If it's dog
If
safe,
it's dog safe, yeah,
right?
exactly.
We
Yeah,
do
no.
have drinks and cookies and muffins over here if you want a little sweet treat. Water, stay hydrated, please.
Thank you for all of
yeah,
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
great. Just probably come back tomorrow and work another day.
It looks like we have plenty of food here.
Do one meetings always.
Only if somebody else wants to grow, show.
For this 4 o'clock lunch.
If you need some backup, I could help you grout.
It's honestly not the grout that I'm worried about, it's finding the right
Drain.
drain at this point. And then getting it set right so it will actually,
Yeah, see if you put that in before you grout.
yes.
Woof. What an adventure.
It was just classic because he's literally all day been complaining about, who did this shower? This is so messed up. And no. I was like, that would be me.
Oh, that was me. You don't like my work? Then don't
The
make me
person,
do it
the
again.
person that you left to do it. So. And now you're doing it again.
I have a feeling it's gonna look the same way. Yeah. Sounds really good.
Sorry, Brett.
Yeah, the pasta salad, super tasty.
All these strawberries.
Yeah, I'm worried about Drew's hands. Britt, have you checked in on Drew's hands recently?
I haven't, no.
His hands were just like messed up from
Were they?
scraping against the zippers on his
Oh,
dry
dry.
suit, and from the zippers on his life vest from
Yep.
rowing. His hands just got torn up
He
right
wasn't,
here.
he wasn't wearing anything the other day.
He was.
So I want to say I glanced at it, and
Yeah.
it didn't seem like it looked like it did when it was on the river.
Yeah, his tender little office hands.
Yes, I know.
I have like 2 o'clock break, I can put the rest in it. That it should be okay.
I've been using that for the whole week we've gotten back, and I'm like, why did I not take this with me? It works so well.
Really good, got antibacterial properties.
It smells so good.
My mom used to say, my grandma, call it jab, the sap. So we just put it on the cuts and burns. It's really good. Works like honey.
Yeah.
Yeah, honey works really good. Your mom is Apache, isn't she? No, she Apache or how you
San Carlos sometimes.
San Carlos.
But my grandma, I don't know, my grandma, Luanne is COVID. And that comes from my dad's version plan, that he could sat from the farm. And that's my second one, but hers is the Weavers, and that comes from this gift bubble. And my fourth client, Kenton Chinky, that comes from the San Juan bubble people, or they go by okay Blingy now. It's interesting because like we got where my grandma comes from, she comes from like Pueblo and Hopi descendants.
Right.
My dad's more than Navajo, my
Yep,
mom's the
yeah.
Apache. Kind of like all in the middle here.
I can't remember where your mom was when they met.
Chilako. Chilocco Indian School. They got shipped out before.
Where was that located?
Oklahoma.
Wow, seriously, shipped out.
And then your dad would say, oh, I'm taking it to Bluff City, but it's working with Bluff City. Bluff City is
Dangerous.
The Baxter brings her here and it's just like, okay.
so Baxter, you know?
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah, my
not
grandma didn't know my mom was coming.
gonna.
Just brought her home, like, oh, this is my wife. Oh, this is your wife?
Whoa.
When did this happen? 2 weeks
Did they
ago. They got married in San Carlos.
Oh, it did.
It was a big old ceremony. I think they put your 2 cows.
Wow.
But then my dad never told anybody. And when he came back here, everyone's like, okay.
I don't think so. I think that was something Amanda.
So was Kurt born here or was he born someplace else?
Kurt?
Let me look at her.
He was born in California.
I don't think I've
San
seen
Jose.
it.
Okay.
So there are
My sister,
Clarissa?
was born out there too. And the rest of us were born in Monticello and Chicago.
I remember when you were born.
Yeah, I was born in Chicago. Some of us were born in Monument Valley too.
What you
I was born in.
Sorry. Those documents were enslaved.
Yep.
Yeah,
Cause,
you could just
what,
check.
cause
I don't see her
Melissa's
minutes yet,
a year older
but I
than me,
I don't
Clarissa's
see that.
2 years
I know
older
they're
than me.
correct. She said
Kurt
that.
could have been
Three?
4. And then Cheryl's my sister Heather's age, I think.
Well, somebody else popped up that looked like Heather. I guess I need to see Heather and say hi or something.
She's kind of stressed out, right? She's a, so Brett, her husband, is decided he's gonna sign on, he's been a traveling nurse for the last 4 years, 3 years maybe. But decided he's gonna sign on permanently to San Francisco because San Francisco has some plan right now that if you'll commit to working for them for 5 years, they'll guarantee you a really good retirement or something, you know, so you have to have 5 years before you're vested. and
Hey, Malia,
apparently-
can you unlock that one? I don't have a
Oh,
key
you
that,
unlock
So
I don't have a key
they're
for
moving
that
to
one,
San
so I just
Francisco.
need a prompt.
Oh, okay.
And, but he's been there for like the last year, and
Thank you.
Tristan, my nephew with Down syndrome, is turning
No
21.
one's invited.
Yeah.
That kid is a handful, I will tell you that. I mean, he's really, he's he knows that he should be an adult, and at the same time, he knows that he can't do it by himself, but he just gives her attitude like there is no tomorrow, and she's like, all right, I'm. Oh, yeah, he can't be there by himself. She's, well, he's making good money, I mean, being a nurse out there, but, you know.
Still
Yeah, I don't know,
Sure
we'll
you
see.
looked at it all.
Yeah, he reviewed it pretty well
That's
before.
sad though.
It is. She's ready for a change, she's tired of her job, she's just like.
We ready for our mics to go live?
Who are you okay with just eating while we start off?
What?
Are you okay with eating while we
Oh,
start
yeah,
off?
yeah, yeah. Sorry, I just needed to
You were chewing in.
check on, no, I turned my video off so you don't have to watch it. That's your choice too.
Is Craig ready? All right. I'm turning the recorder back on. It is 12:35 p.m. This is a continuation of the Bluff Town Council work session on March 11th, 2025. All of us have survived the morning and are still here. I should note that Luanne appeared at 10:40 a.m. this morning. So Luanne is present as well.
I'm sorry, I was at that other meeting.
No, that's okay.
Trail celebration, the 25th.
Well, that's a positive thing to be doing. So we're at number 3, a discussion for proposed zoning by San Juan County of the incorporated lands. So this is another work in progress. And while I'd hoped we'd have a little more substantive discussion, there's an email from Marcia Haydenfeld this morning. Did anybody have a chance to read it? I just read it.
I haven't looked at it yet because it came in right as we were in.
Yeah, so basically what she's saying is that she just talked to Kristen Bushnell, the San Juan County Planning Administrator, as I called her with a map question. I was preparing to meet with Brian on Thursday to work on the draft planning and zoning response to Kristen's suggestion of submitting zoning ideas for the proposed new county zoning. It turns out that the county zoning changes are most likely on hold. Kristen said we should wait because she doesn't anticipate anything happening right now. And bottom line conclusion by Marcia is that we should all, that meaning planning and zoning should wait, but we were also added in that. So where on the proposed map for planning and zoning was a very lengthy list of prepared uses in various zones. And what I thought we should do is talk about this. However, previous to my putting it on the agenda, I knew that the planning and zoning had been told, San Juan County Planning and Zoning had been told to hold off and get more public input, that the commission would not review it for 6 months. So they've had their 5 meetings, one of which was in Bluff. And then, because there appears to be some continuing shakeup in San Juan County Planning and Zoning, it looks like they're not going to be doing anything right now with it, so it's probably premature to have us spend our time talking about it, since now everything's delayed for 6 months from last month, so 5 more months. So if everyone's okay to move us along, I'll just take that off the agenda. Does anybody feel the burning need to discuss it? Okay, moved. Number 4, a review of the capital improvement plan, including Bluff's airport and then the draft of Bluff Airport Overlay Zone. I have been unable to get a response from the BLM on my questions, or Britt's and my questions about getting more detail on what our current use versus backcountry use would look like. And our attorney hasn't sent over anything on the Bluff Airport Overlay Zone that I requested, nor has San Juan County, because they're stuck in planning and zoning, whatever. They have not done their airport overlay zone. So while we should have had it by December 31st, there's really no harm to us because we have nothing that's affected by it.
Do you want me to reach out? I believe Monticello has either passed it or is working on it, and they've been very forthcoming with like kind of where they're at. And then I would imagine that Blanding also probably has a code, given that theirs is like right there in south of their municipality. Do you want me to reach out to one or both of those entities to see if we can get a draft of what they've done?
Yes, because I'm not sure that my recollection is correct that they were waiting for San Juan counties. I think they went ahead.
I think they were, so what I recall, I believe, was that Monticello was going to work off of the counties, but they decided to move ahead because of all these delays that they were experiencing. I would estimate that theirs is probably gonna be closer to what we need, but maybe I can see if both of them are available. I know one of the drafts that I had looked at from one of the ones up on the Wasatch Front was like really complicated and involved, where like they were doing like all these really intense calculations as to what the code was specifying. So I'll see if we can get kind of a cover the bases, cover the code version that maybe we can just substitute in to our map.
Yeah, and given that we'll need to do some work on the overlay, and given that we don't have the answers to the questions that we had about current use versus backcountry, it's probably not worth talking about the capital improvement plan, in part because of the changes that we're having with Utah Deneva-Kea that could affect our capital improvement plan. So until we get a little more traction on that, again, and so even though I'm moving stuff, yeah, go
Sorry,
ahead.
I was just gonna make one comment on that. In a previous meeting, I think I had quoted a specific dollar amount for the CCC building, but I just wanted to make sure that you all saw my email, that it's actually 100,000 over the next 2 years, not 100,000 per year. So I just wanna make sure that you all were aware of that before, as we were talking about the capital improvements. But you should have a link, or you should have this document in your folder. If you don't, let me know. Yeah, okay, sorry to interrupt you, Ann. I just wanted to make sure that was clear, because I know that estimate had come up and I was off kilter.
No, I think because we have to review the plan to look at all those other moving pieces like UDB and the CCC, and then looking at the airport maintenance, it doesn't make any sense for us to go over that improvement plan again. I'm going to be optimistic and put it on the work session for April? Oh, gosh. If I write the date down, I'll remember to get it onto my notes, so.
And that's a good time to go over it too, just as we're approaching budget season, and if we need to allocate anything in the 2026 fiscal year to increase or decrease these projected expenditures, we should do so.
Yeah, and it looks like that would be April 8th. So,
On the airport overlay, Marcia was on the county planning and zoning during that time, and I thought she was going to find out some information on it, so you might check with her.
they did not do it. They did not pass it. They don't have the work, they can't find it. Yeah. Yeah, so when I asked Kristen about it, they were starting basically from scratch.
And another comment on airport, when she came down and did the county zoning and information stuff, they were concerned about the people that live right there by the landing airport, about building a hay barn and stuff, but I haven't completely studied it, but it seems like it's 4 stories that it limits it to, isn't that right?
I don't know the exact stories. I know the way that the one was written was like, it was almost they were creating like a cone where the closer you are to the airport, the shorter the building needed to be. But as you got further away from the airport, the airspace, if you think of it like a cone going up, but I don't know the exact amounts or dimensions, and it might not even, we'll have to compare it to like our zoning code, because we've got a height limit on buildings anyway of just,
That's what I
yeah.
remember
So-
looking at when we looked at it briefly, is that it didn't really apply too much because it's for higher buildings and what we do anyway. And
Yeah.
they're just trying to make sure that you notify people when they're building there and they're gonna do some construction there, but I just was hoping somebody else had studied it more recently, but it's
No.
like a hay barn, I don't think would be a problem at all.
Yeah, I think we're pretty limited out there in terms of what could happen, but we're required to have it the good thing is there's no penalty for not having it until somebody builds it, and then you've got a problem, but
And the, you know, back to why we even have the airport, that was, you know, otherwise we'd have another carved out section of our town that we wouldn't have, you know, we couldn't plan around it, we couldn't decide dark sky lighting, all of those things is why we have that in our town. Did the lease, and secured the lease. And all of this.
yes, I'm putting that on the work session for April 8th. I saw on a list, which could get even murkier, that one of the targeted, and Britt, you might know this, if if I read this accurately, that was the Monticello Field Office was one of the targets to close.
They're closed.
To close.
It's wild out there, so I've heard everything from.
I hadn't heard that it already was closed, but
No, we're talking to.
I was gonna talk to Britt about, to Brant about that.
Yeah.
No, they're,
Yeah,
yeah,
we're
I
just
was
on
just on that
phones.
meeting, the BLM meeting this morning, and their concern is the
Thursday.
coming up shutdown possibility, but no, I mean, she was really smart.
Yeah, it was on the list from the federal government,
Yeah,
that's
it's
why I was
been-
asking.
and, I mean, they're divesting of their rent spaces, of their ownership and stuff. I know that Southeast Utah group, the people that run Arches and everything, like their big building, they got, I don't know if they were locked out of it or what, but they stopped renting the building now, so they can't work from home or work from an office anymore, so.
Yeah.
So
Which
we're
one
doing
was
everything.
that?
Huh?
Which was that?
Southeast Utah office, the big building on the south side of Moab.
One of
So,
the,
I mean,
you know, go ahead.
Prepping for them that the general chaos is gonna continue, and they're definitely getting ready for a reduction force, or, you know, mass firing.
I saw, and I don't remember what town it was, but the national park had a lease of a building and blah, blah, blah. And so they switched the leasing requirements over to the town so that the government couldn't shut it down.
I mean, I know Park Service just lost their building in Monticello, so they're not out of there anymore. They just had a small little space, but I know they're not there anymore.
Yeah.
Like, so stuff is happening wildly.
Yeah, so it could be a while before I get any answers to any questions.
I will say that, like, they're pretty much like immediately, I know like right now they're concerned about Thursday, because they're not expected to be open after Thursday. So, but that's just because the whole government might run out of money. So,
It is a crazy time for all of those things, but are they still waiting are we good till the 26th on the airport, or did we need
Oh.
to still sign the lease?
No, we're good. We'd already paid for the lease.
I knew we paid for it, but I didn't know
No,
we signed it.
it's on a year-to-year then, until we make any decisions. We're totally fine. And I think if we in April, certainly by April 8th, we should know where we're headed with any other adjustments in the capital improvement plan, and then we can factor that in and take a look at it. But we're fine. And actually, given the chaos right now, I would imagine we're good for 4 years. Probably not even paying, you know? Don't even pay, just keep operating. So I will move that to that. And then on number 5, review and discuss the proposed Appendix A to the subdivision ordinance. And that's the piece that when we got the subdivision ordinance, we had to have passed and approved and all of that. There was a discussion about having Appendix A added to it, but we didn't have time to discuss it, you know, and look at it in detail. So this would be an amendment to our ordinance, but it wouldn't require a public hearing because it's already referenced. But it's like, what do we want on it?
Let me see if I can find that Appendix A. I have the subdivision linked. Did that come straight from Michael?
That's a good question. I'm assuming Michael is not on.
No, I don't show him on.
Yes. When we take a break, I'll find Appendix A. It's pretty basic. Although, if I knew the filing system that Kathy's created for me, I could go back and pull it out of the filing system, but
Here it is.
do you have it, Lou?
Yeah, but let me see if I can tell you where it is. I searched for Appendix A, and it first shows several from Erin, and then if you scroll down on the search on your email, there's one more.
Can you send it over to Erin?
See, I should be able to.
Is there an appendix A even referenced on our website? Or, I know it's referenced, but is it?
I thought it was referenced in the ordinance, but it may not be. We may not have put that in there.
I don't think we put it in because we didn't have it unless we just sent it.
So if we,
So it's in a Word document. It's in Word, Town of Bluff Road Standards, appendix to subdivision ordinance.
That would be why I
And
couldn't
you
find
sent
it.
it 12/15/24 here, but if you go to Word, it should show up there.
If you've got that email pulled up, if you can just forward it to me, I have thousands of emails since that date.
Yeah, it just, but if you go to Word, it doesn't show up there.
I have hundreds of those documents, unfortunately.
I'm just not sure, let's see if I can pull it up from your email.
Oh,
'Cause
I
it's-
think maybe we've got it. Let me share my screen again with you all. No, entire screen.
excuse me.
Okay, this one. I think we've got it. Let me make it a little bigger.
Thank you.
I'll see that. Okay. So what exactly did Michael want to, so I know a lot of this was county, or just like, they were just design standards in general, but was there anything
Right.
specific that he wanted referenced?
No, he just wanted this rather than people having to go through and try to find them in the county because we defaulted to the county road standards. And these are the standards that we use to apply to Copper Cliff 2 Road. So he wanted it referenced, unfortunately, between, let's just say, every month begins to look like it's a little crazy. And so when we were passing off the subdivision ordinance, it dropped off my radar. And Michael brought it back like the day we were voting on it. And it's just like nobody had seen it. None of us had looked at it or talked about it. But it is consistent with what we've been using for road standards, which is the default to the county. And he would like to have it attached so that the next person, and he's been pretty clear, he's probably done at the end of this year when the next person comes onto roads, they won't be looking for what standard did we apply.
And like the street widths are different than, say, brand names and whatnot, so that's.
Well, they're the
listed here.
subdivision ones, yeah, they're the subdivision street widths
Okay.
versus the already developed roads that we have.
I'll just shoot this all to you
Yeah,
while we're
I'm
talking.
sorry, I can't figure out how to forward this.
Linda, Jen, Britt.
I think that since those are the standards we apply, it's a good idea to incorporate them into the, as an appendix into it. Particularly since they're the ones we have applied to a subdivision already.
All right, those are on their way to everyone. And then I will also put those in for the public on a drafted thing, just so we all have an eye. I think they're pretty straightforward. And again, you know, these are crafted not just by willy-nilly numbers, but there's detail behind why they're put in place. And typically, we want to regulate what the subdivision is doing, because if they ever want to bring the streets into the town and have them be town Class C streets, they do have to meet these standards. So that's why, that is the purpose behind this. So, any questions, comments? I know we're just now getting a look at it, but going over street widths, design standards.
Yeah, and it was actually, yeah, we're going over it fresh, but it was
Easements.
actually sent in December, but I don't, to me, they're pretty, like Erin said, they're straightforward, and I could, if you've got questions, this is a good time to raise them, or I will put this on for a discussion and vote on the 18th of March to add them to our subdivision ordinance, and that gives you a week to take a look at them.
Some of this, like, there's, well, if we're gonna look at it, we can do it later, but like the curb and gutter, that was something that isn't in our subdivision thing because we don't require curb and gutter and sidewalks and whatnot.
So that's in the
Well, it says-
definition part though, right? That's on definitions. Okay, so, yeah, let's go through and look at it and see if we want to remove some of these. But,
It does say,
Just-
if it's a curb and gutter.
Yeah. I know the big thing for the roads is that we don't have water spilling onto them, that they are constructed in such a way that there is a gutter system so water can run parallel to the road as opposed to going across it. And so if we're not gonna reference it as like a gutter, then the description of trying to keep water off the road, I think still needs to be in place in some way.
yeah, and that was a part of the difficulty, if I remember correctly, with Copper Cliff 2. It wasn't built to the specs that it needed to be, where we'd have enough depth of the road to run off into the little gutters that are they're created when they put them in.
Yeah, and that's under M, drainage, curb and gutter, in the absence of curb and gutter,
And then,
then you do such and such.
yeah, and it says, as required by the town, so that before you accept a road, you can require that they have those certain things.
And just to clarify, these are not definitional, these are
Right.
requirements for the road itself.
Yeah.
Just in the ABC formatting.
Don't know if it's wide enough to turn the horse and cart around. Just to input a little humor.
Yeah. One thing that came up, interestingly, and I mentioned it to Erin, and so there was a question a week or 10 days ago from Copper Cliff 2 residents. And it involved something unrelated to a subdivision, except that when two of the people were talking to me, they referred to this street name. And so I asked Erin, when did we name one of those streets out there, Prickly Pear something or another? And it turns out that the residents think the county named it. Now, the developer would have the right to name it because we didn't accept it, but I didn't know if the developer named it. And nobody's conveyed, if I'm correct, nobody's conveyed that information to the town for the addressing. So there's, one of the things that, when Michael Havocan gets back to town, maybe that's a good project for the roads committee to follow up with Copper Cliff too, and see if they've self-named, or did they work with the developer who has pretty much bailed out of anything? Did the developer name, or did they go to the county, and the county in their wisdom gave them a name? But it would be good for the addressing piece to get the street names and the addresses out there correct before we have another big piece to tidy up.
See, and that's an interesting thought, because like our road map doesn't show those roads because they aren't our roads.
Right.
So it's kind of their thing, it's like if they want to call their houses whatever, they want to call their streets whatever, that's kind of up to the subdivision.
It is, but you've got to enter all those addresses into a public database, and whether there are roads or not, they're still within the town.
And what I did when I worked with them is like, they created their own name. I didn't tell them what name they should use, but I did give them the number that corresponded with our grid system. And I'm having the same issue up on the bench, like where the gravel pit road is, because not necessarily, I don't think it's a Class C road, not sure, yeah. But they want an address up there, and I'm like, well, you tell me what you want it named, but you are gonna be on our numerical grid system, so.
The top of gravel pit road.
Yeah, gravel pit road, 938 gravel pit road, no, just kidding, but pretty much.
But I mean, and that's the reality, they can call it what they want, I'm not saying they can't do that, but we don't know what it is, and so when Erin's entering addresses, if they've named a road that we don't know they've named,
Yeah.
like we know
Lots
they
of
named,
Does it have a county number assigned to it? That one doesn't have a
It
county number assigned to it?
Does, but it's got like a
oh, the
whole,
gravel pit.
actually, I don't know if it has a number. The issues, it's being referenced as a bunch of different things, and like every entity is making up their own address, and so they're like, give us an address.
Because it wasn't a county road, because when we took in all the roads, we took in all the county roads. But it's their, they take care of it, they gravel it, they grade it, and do all the things. But I guess my question is, like, road department wise, though, we don't really have any say, or if we start into that subdivision, they'll think we're taking the roads.
So how would you propose, we just let it sit then about the name until we get to that point
No,
of
I'd say
addressing?
if we have an intern or somebody to do the addressing, that person would figure it out.
I'm gonna reach out to him, this is a small piece, what did you name the road, and what did you name it, and we'll put it in. But I don't want an intern getting caught up in residential potential conflict, I don't. I think that would be inappropriate, so I'll reach out to Copper Cliff 2 folks, ask them if they've named it, double check it's not on the county road map, and then that's the road that we can use for the name when the numbers get assigned. That's an easy one. And then I'll put the Appendix A on the 18th to talk about and vote. Then, number 6, the discussion of a need for an ordinance zoning solar and other alternative energy sources. So this is something that's been said to us repeatedly by SITLA, that we've never enacted any kind of zoning designation for alternative energy such as solar. And I think we really need to do it. And we've got solar popping up everywhere. So there are fees that you can impose for some pieces of solar, like a one-time fee, solar review or whatever. And I think some of that might be on the fee schedule.
So I know in the proposal, the building permits and inspections, there's a solar permits portion, and then on the drafted master fee schedule, I think it might be referenced as well. Hold on, move on and I'll.
Yeah. And so my thought was, so much of it is the interaction between legal and the council comes through me. but I'd like to be able to say that the council has a consensus that this get done sooner rather than later, because we are getting some nice, big solar things, and so whoever's listening, I'm not saying we're going to eliminate all the solar and tell you can't put it in, but it's just having a reference point that this is a acceptable use for these zones. And how some places have done it is not limited it to any zone, just made it a multi-use, everyone can have solar. It's just then that these are the considerations that you have for solar, or for any alternative, if you want to put a windmill thing up, a turbine. So I'd like to know if we have a consensus that it should be a directive from the council that we really would like to have this done sooner rather than later.
Couple questions. It is not on the master fee schedule, but are you thinking that this would go directly under our current zoning code and maps? So we'd have to do a zoning code revision, or would this be, I think either way, it's gotta go to public hearing because of how we're regulating the land use, but would you completely do it, or would you do it as like a separate standalone ordinance?
Well, my understanding from our attorney is that we can do it either way. One would be a text amendment, where you just amend the text. One would be a zoning thing. But I think we need to get something on the books for future use, so that we can say, yes, the town has put solar in as an acceptable use within the town boundaries, and here's where it is and what it is. But until there's someone more than Ann saying, this is a consensus of the council, I want to be able to say, we have a consensus.
So you're talking about bigger, like, because P and Z does approve solar, and they land use clearance solar projects, the ones that have gone in. So you're talking about once it reaches a certain size, or just in the rest of the zones?
And that's what I don't know. That topic comes up consistently. I don't know because I've gotten zero
Well,
direction.
planning and zoning has talked about it, and I know Amanda raised her hand, she wanted to be the, kind of, become the expert person on figuring that out, so I know there's interest there, so I think it's a good one to have at our joint session, because they have considered it, and I think we need to, I mean, unless we need to move it quicker, we don't.
So, looking at the 20th of March, to do a joint planning and zoning. And I will say, Lou, that this has come up enough that I feel like it just can't sit another 3 months. I think we need to get something out there on the books. We've all talked about it, we've all been in agreement to do something, and I'm not making any traction with making it a priority with legal counsel. So I would like to be able to say, if sometime in this month, this is a priority that, it's not just Ann saying it, it's not just Erin saying it, it's the council and planning and zoning. So Linda, what's your thought on the 20th? Would you like us to look for another date, or do you want us to just go ahead and do the joint planning and zoning? Or do you want to waste your vacation day?
Since the meeting's supposed to be from 4 to 7, I think it would be hard for, I mean, I might be able to zoom in, but I'm not sure.
Would you prefer that we look for a different date? Or do you want to have an excused absence for, if you can't make it?
I think excused absence, because I think these things need to move forward, and I'll try to get in.
Since it's a work session, there wouldn't be any reason that once the agenda goes out that you couldn't just send an email saying,
Oh,
this is my input on these, because we're not voting. You could put the, give us the input. So
Yeah.
if you're okay, does anyone else have a conflict on the 20th from 4 to 7?
As long as I can Zoom, I think I'm probably fine. I don't typically get coverage at the inn right now on Thursdays.
Do you want us to come to your lobby?
Sure. Might be nice weather, we can sit out on the back patio.
So adding that idea of adding clause to the existing zone saying, you know, some wording where it could be allowed basically everywhere.
My brain is fried. Are there comparable alternative energy / solar codes that we've looked at or anyone's identified up until this point that we could pull as a standalone? Or to move things as quickly as possible, should we try to direct this towards a zoning amendment text amendment?
So, I'm not sure Josh Ewing is listening, but that was something Josh could help us with, and he had said he could, he's back from vacation. So, I can reach out to Josh and see, the piece I don't know, I'm sure we can pull from other communities. The difficulty is land use is not an area I'm familiar enough to know whether a text amendment versus an ordinance, what the legal requirements to put that through. Now, I know when we've talked about the text amendments, they're less onerous, so, but I can certainly reach out to Josh and see, that's the area he works in, and he had people working on solar ordinances and amendments. But I do think it's something that, if it's been discussed in planning and zoning, it's a good topic for us in the joint session, and then see who gets assigned it and what the, I mean, I haven't heard anyone in the council opposed to solar. I doubt seriously that we're gonna hear much from planning and zoning opposed. So it's a matter of like, what does it look like?
Well, I think it's important that we also address it as not necessarily addressing it as alternative energy, because obviously a solar field is going to look a lot different than, say, a windmill field.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, I don't think that Bluff is necessarily the good location for a windmill field. I don't think we get, you know, we're not Monticello, we don't have constant wind 360 days out of the year. We do have constant sun 360 days out of the year.
Yeah, and I just threw that in because I didn't know what else to put.
Right,
Put in
well,
there, yeah.
no, but yeah,
I
I
think
mean,
that's a good
those
discussion.
windmills are, you know, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're bigger than 24 feet. You
Well, there's
know.
By the airport, we'll put them by the airport.
The ones in Monticello aren't that far from the airport, so it's probably.
But are there other forms of alternative energy that could be pulled in that aren't necessarily what we're focusing on? I think that's why it might be simpler and more long-term to just narrow it down to solar.
And, yeah.
Because, I mean, you start thinking of water, whatever.
Well, and there's smaller windmills too. I mean, they're not all the big giants.
So those would have to be separate.
Okay, so that's a P and Z, and I'll talk to Josh. They just got back, so maybe if I move quickly, I can grab him. So kind of looking ahead just to keep us moving on how many things we need to discuss. I think 11 and 12 Code of Conduct and Bluff's Planning and Zoning bylaws could go directly to our joint session. And if everybody, we also have, the town has policy and procedures. So maybe those three could be looked at as, do we need to make any changes based on changes to the Open and Public Meetings Act in the last 6 years? Because I think the planning and zoning bylaws were revised in 2020. But we've never done anything with the code of conduct or the policy and procedures.
One of my questions has been if they are supposed to have an anchor site also, or if they're not, if planning and zoning isn't under that same rule.
Say that again?
Is planning and zoning, are they required to have an anchor site or when we're doing all these virtual meetings? I'm pretty sure we are required to have somebody here as an anchor site, but I'm not sure they are.
We have an ordinance that was written about what we have to have that covers planning and zoning. And I think technically they are too, but that would be something where I'd like to look at all of this and get it consistent. After, when COVID fell off and people started coming back, planning and zoning didn't. But I think they probably need to start doing that.
Really somebody, yeah, I know there's some state regulations and stuff, but I just didn't know if it covered.
Anything that covers us basically covers them because they serve at our direction. So any of the committees fall within that same criteria. So if 3 of us go to a road committee, we're under OMA, period. Which reminds me, thanks for jogging my memory. It's always for me, and probably for everybody else, it's a hard line, like at what point, when I send something to all of us, does it become an Open and Public Meeting Act violation? And it's an Open and Public Meeting Act violation if we're sending out everything to 3 or more council members that say, I'm wanting to do this and say this and talk about this. It's different to say what the topic is or get timing or something like that, like, can everybody do this? But when we start having any kind of engagement, we have violated that. So it's something I keep meaning to bring up. I have a hard time with the line, but when you're typing your email, if you're thinking, I could get a response from one person saying, I don't agree with you, we have just created a meeting. So, just
The reply all.
yeah, you can, I'm trying to do it where I reach out to each individual person so that there's no chain of, because I got caught in a deposition, so I really don't want any of us to, and we all, it's a fine line, but just be cognizant of it. Well, now we can move to the one that's really gonna be fun. A discussion of a draft ordinance related to dogs and cats. And notice that what we have is a draft ordinance from planning and zoning on animal ordinance. Because we have absolutely no animal enforcement right now, and we're going to have to start doing something. I narrowed it down with Erin where we're culling out dogs and cats. We're not worrying about the hooved animals or the chickens or the bees or any of that right now. I have had more than I would like number of conversations with the deputies about dogs at large. The barking dog issue kind of faded away. And I say kind of, there's still one major complainant, but for the most part, what we had 5 years ago, we don't have anymore. The cats, where the problems were with cats, was pretty much successfully taken on by bark with the feral cats and the cooperation of the owners. Well, most of whom had they all had good intentions, this just got out of control and bark helped with that. So Erin went through and worked on looking at.
And I will say, in order to have assistance from the county's deputies, I did take a lot of this from San Juan County. Made some edits, always. It is lengthy. This is a lengthy thing, but the intent behind it is like health and safety of humans and of animals. And in order to address kind of the main issue of animals running around at large, at their risk, at our risk, as someone who has hit a dog, I don't wish that on anyone. So That's kind of the purpose, is we're trying to mitigate against that. Do need a way to track the animals, and so all the other municipalities in the county use licensure tags. So that's essentially what this is proposing, is that dogs would need to be licensed with the town. I do have it in here that like animals can be licensed, so like we can give you a permit in theory for like a cat if you want to license your cat. But it seems as though the issue really is with the dogs that are running around. But I am definitely open to all feedback and discussion about this. But we would definitely still be relying on external enforcement for the time being. Again, this is probably one of those ordinances that we kind of build that, you know, in the future, other enforcement mechanisms or enforcement individuals could like step into that animal control officer role and help, but in the short term, it would certainly be the county. And I know that we still need to coordinate with them, and would coordinate with them. We would coordinate with Blanding's shelter to ensure that these pickup procedures could still be, because we don't have a place to like hold animals right now.
They have a place, yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's where they're held for the entire county.
I believe
I'm
it
not
is.
sure
It's the only
there's-
one.
Yeah. So as you're reading through this, kind of note that. And then I know Ann had responded to me individually about like definitions for a dangerous dog and ensuring that we have like a real defined way to say, yes, this is a dangerous dog versus no. I did just do a strike through of guard dog, but we can, if that's something we want to open up, we can. And then, again, I think really the purpose and intent behind passing an ordinance is for the safety of the animals, the safety of us. And so it does reference like rabies and quarantine, because those really go hand in hand with like licensure. But then I had some stuff at the bottom about, you know, animal pens and quarters and poisoning, and I don't know if we want to get into that level of detail with this particular ordinance, but I did want to have like a few things jotted down that we can say, yes, we want to expand upon this, or no, we just want to strike it out, because really the purpose and intent of this ordinance is to address the animals at large, potentially dangerous animals, and we don't want to currently deal with like feral animal management, feral horses, people poisoning animals. So I think we just need, if you can help me define that scope, it would be really helpful. Because like on paper, yeah, of course we want to support the humane treatment of animals, but do we need it in this particular ordinance? And to what extent, I don't know. So that's where I could use some direction.
I'll start with, I do not like the propensity to be dangerous kind of thing. It's very subjective. And so I found, and I'll use a specific example. There is someone who contacted me several times to complain about animal or animals charging them when they're on a walk. I get it. It can be uncomfortable. It can be fearful. It could be harmful. But when is it harmful? So if I'm afraid of a particular dog, and I call the deputy and say it's a dangerous dog, and the dog gets picked up, but it's not a dangerous dog. It's a dog that loves to run up and charge and then backs off. If it bites you, that's a definitive thing. And so I found a definition that isn't as subjective, where a dangerous dog means any dog that inflicts severe injury on a human being without provocation on public or private property, or kills a domestic animal without provocation, or has been found to be potentially dangerous because of an injury inflicted on a human, and they've received notice and the dog bites or attacks again. So to me, I feel like we can use some other definitions and hone it in where it's not this subjective, what's that one, that's in here.
Let me go down to it. It means a dog with a known propensity for or history of unprovoked attacks against or intimidation of people or animals as determined by the animal control officer. And I agree, this is a really key one, because essentially this ordinance would give this officer the ability to like put down a dog. So I agree with Ann, like this is a major thing we wanna make sure we're defining appropriately.
So
And so-
my question is, like, are we just listening to a couple of complainers? Because this isn't part of our strategic plan. When we had that whole big group and we're focusing on what ordinance we want and what we don't want.
Mhm.
Noise is on there. This was not mentioned anywhere. Let's look at later when we get strategic planning done, if we need to respond, then maybe just say no dogs running at large, period. This is an ordinance and skip the rest.
So if you do, that the dog can't be at large, which means it's not under voice command. When off the person's property, it's not subject to voice command or a leash. What would the enforcement, would you still have an enforcement remedy that would allow a deputy to pick up the dog?
Well, if they're, with all of these things, unless you, by the time you get a deputy called, the dog's not like just 10 feet from somebody or whatever. So I would say, yeah, if there's a dog running around and never is, bothering somebody, getting in other people's yards, digging things up, whatever, barking at people, whatever, then that would be part of this ordinance.
Okay.
But I think you could just simplify it by that so that they could come pick them up.
Because was one of the issues you were having, because you kept getting all these calls to deal with it, and the sheriff would come down and
Been
not be able.
multiple.
Yeah, and then the sheriff would come,
I mean-
the sheriff would come down and you weren't able to actually do stuff because they didn't have an ordinance, kind of like a jailbreak thing? or-
Yeah, they haven't been doing-
Jailbreak,
Dogs
yeah.
barking,
Yeah,
all
yeah,
of
all
those.
that stuff.
Yeah,
so-
they've quit coming down to enforce anything.
But like this one, it's not gonna necessarily be on the highway either, it's gonna be off in the communities and like you say, the feral horses, like, will they come down and take them out?
Well, that's why Erin and I talked about narrowing it down to dogs and or cats.
But there's gonna be problems with those horses
Well,
in town, they'll be up in town.
and there'll be problems with mice and scorpions. Right now, I haven't had a complaint about a horse, I haven't had a complaint about a scorpion. I'm trying to be practical based on the contacts that I've had with the deputies who have asked repeatedly. I'm fine with going back to the county law enforcement and saying, the town has decided that they're not going to do anything. And then I want someone else for the next 8 months to take on the calls of the citizen who calls and screams 4-letter words at me for 20 minutes and then hangs up on me. And I was tipped. And that's what led me to saying, we need to go back and look at this. And I'm fine. Do I really feel like most people have a problem with their dogs? Nope. And is it a few people? It's a handful. But where I really catch it is with the deputies. But I don't want to be the one standing alone out there that says, nope, Deputy Feastone, we're not going to enforce it. I want to say the town made a decision not to do this. And I'm fine with that. I have no problem. And then I will have no problem letting somebody else get used to picking up that phone at home on the landline to listen to somebody who's out of control.
And that's what I'm wondering, can we take and simplify that problem of saying if there's dogs that are out and loose and whatnot? Doesn't count for the ones that are behind fences and charging, but it would take care of that they can come and pick them up when they're attacking or whatever, when they're loose in town. But, I mean, that's where Bark was doing that. We're getting a lot more drop-offs just because they know that people will take care of them. Most of them are getting taken out of town. But I'm just wondering if it needs to be this complicated.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I know you had a problem with it and wanted to do something about it, so I'm definitely fine with doing an ordinance that gets us to where the county can help or do whatever they need to do. But I guess my main thing with the complication is like the licensing the dogs and like that whole other step, like becoming, now that it'll be a ton of work, but I wonder about people complying with it at all,
And then
enforcing it, and just the general, it's like having a dog department, like basically. So I wonder if there's a way to trim some of that out and just have a serviceable thing, or is it impossible to do without going that far into licensing and all that stuff?
So the way that I was thinking about it would be if we don't implement a licensing program and the dog does not have the correct identification, then there is the risk that it gets picked up, it gets taken to the shelter, and it's put down. Like, quite frankly, that's what would happen. So we could advise, if we don't want to do the licensing in-house, which the fee schedule, the way I devised it, like it would cover the administrative costs as well as the little tag itself. We could advise our residents, our dog owners, that they need to get their animal licensed with the county. I don't think the county would have any issue, and I don't know, but we would ask the county, like, hey, county, will you issue an animal license to residents who bring in, but they live in Bluff? Would you still do that service? And then the animal does have the tag that the county officer is able to find the owner and get it back home safely.
Does the county even have a system to accommodate that?
They do, yes.
Yeah.
They do have a licensure, they've got the tags, as far as I know. They've got like physical tags that need to be on the animal's collar. I think maybe this is like a two sides of the same coin though, is like the dog's running at large, do they even have a collar on? Does it even matter? Or are we addressing the people who are, sorry, I'm gonna get caught up here. Are we addressing the people whose dog just happens to get out and we're just trying to get it home? Or are we addressing we have a dangerous dog, it's not tagged, it's gonna get picked up, it's gonna get taken somewhere, and it's up to that owner whether they get their dog back or not.
That's what's been always in the past, is if the dog is missing, you call the county, you see who they picked up, see where it's gone, you put up local flyers and stuff. I kinda like that, saying, hey, they're gonna get picked up if they're at large, you get calls, you know these dogs are running around, they get. Ordinance, we suggest you register with the county, so that if your dog is loose, it'll be tagged, and the chips tag, hopefully they can read a chip.
There's
They
no
also
chip
do have
reading time.
microchipping at the county level, yeah.
Yeah, there's
Do you
no,
have it?
They do, yeah. They say that
So
they'll
if you have
microchip them.
Yeah, if you're not chipped and tagged in the county, whatever.
so that would require an interlocal agreement with the county to do that. So who would like to talk to the county about
So
it?
you can't register a. I mean, you can't, if you
Not without
can't
it.
just live in the county, in the San Juan County and
I don't
register.
believe so, based on what I've heard from the deputies.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I'd go as far as even suggesting to the county, put your dog up, or your dog can be taken or shot, or any
Yeah.
number of things, if you're not taking care of your dog, like, so those are consequences of just not being a good dog owner on your own without this.
Right, because they can chip them and they can put tags on them and they can put collars on
You
them.
can do all these things, you should be doing it anyways, and if you're not, that's probably why your dog is out and doing all this stuff in the first place and getting the county
And
call.
there are gonna be complaints to know that there's a dog out. But remember those dogs out by the mission where they finally saw a tourist and that's what finally got that taken care of,
Well, but we have
it was
other,
scary.
we have other issues with dogs running around other than just biting people. I mean, if a dog comes and
Right.
poops in your yard and you're tired of cleaning up your neighbor's dog poop every single day because your neighbor doesn't want to clean up their dog poop, I don't know, you know?
Well-
I mean, that's the latest complaint that I've,
If there's South
Heard
Hall, you
or-
pick up the poop and you throw it over the
Throw it
fence
over.
back at
Yep,
your neighbor, and then
yep.
you get the poop going.
yep.
And that was not the description that I got.
Yeah,
It was much
well,
more
I
graphic
got the same one.
from the same person.
Yes,
Yeah.
so, you know, I mean, these are, and it's not just one person, it seems like these are things that have been cropping up more and more in the last 6 months that I'm hearing about. So I think that whether it's on our strategic plan or not, it's something that our residents are concerned about, and so therefore we need to address it.
Did you ask them if they were ready to volunteer?
Well, 2 of them aren't, one of them might be, but I don't know if
I'll
we
tell
want
you-
to deal with the one that might be ready to volunteer.
That person would probably take a gun and shoot the dog right there
Yep.
on the spot.
I know they would,
Yeah, and so,
I know they would.
you know, it's a fine line. Our dogs were always chipped. They had collars on. They did get out, you know, but we were responsible. We didn't just leave them out there. We went out and got them. would they both charge? One would, one wouldn't. The one that would charge wouldn't have bit you. The one, it's such a trade-off, but, the difficulty really is, not the difficulty, we've had enough of a reach out by the deputies that I feel like we need to have something. How complex it is, I don't know. Or we can wait until January and put it off. Go ahead, Erin.
The other benefit I see to having some kind of licensure with the town is that, like, there are plenty of dogs that get out. They're nice dogs, they have a collar on, but we don't know, or like, they have a collar but no tags.
Can't find who they belong
And we
to.
don't know who they belong to, and the text chain through all, I know a lot of people in town. I have a
Right.
pretty good record of getting their dogs back to them. But it would be helpful to have it with the town, that like, we don't have to call the sheriff deputy. Someone's caught a dog, this is the description of the dog, type, oh, I think it's so-and-so's dog, let me reach out to them. Now, we would need to have like a phone line, because you can't just call our back offices and have someone answer all the time, but we could have, so it definitely balloons into kind of a bigger issue, but if we're looking at like the scope of the problem, we have dogs running around, getting hit, getting onto people's property, half of these things I think we can deal with internally, half of them are dangerous animals that we do need a control officer to help with. But, I agree with Ann, we incorporated for a reason. This is something, and I agree with Jen, that, this is something our residents are concerned about. Does it need to be 18 pages? Probably not. So I know we did not have access to the shared drive, I know no one did, but if we could go through it and identify where we think the scope needs to be cut, I think that would be really helpful. Not today, but.
It's on, it shares fine now.
Okay, and it's not, I want to be clear, it's not the animal ordinance that planning and zoning had originally drafted. It is a new one that is just on dogs and cats, so make sure you're looking at the right one. But I don't think we can go through it today, but it would be really helpful for you all to go through and like go into suggesting mode, or just take notes of the way and don't just like cut stuff out. But you can go into suggesting mode over on the right-hand side.
Well, I like the
Make
idea of a
comments.
local license too, because we can say, look, this is the 5th time that your dog has gotten out. You really need to address this, and otherwise, we are gonna send them to the pound? I don't know, I mean, if it's,
Sorry, I'm gonna say we can't, without signing a local agreement, send them off, I guess.
well, but if we have an ordinance, then we could have the deputies' addresses, and it's not, it's like, no, you're not gonna send the dog to the pound if it gets out once, but if it's out constantly over and over and over again,
That's exactly it.
then, this is your violation, fix it, or don't. Then you go deal with the pound and getting an impound fee and everything else, and sadly, that probably does mean dogs get put down, but.
Yeah, but, I mean, as someone, I hit and killed a dog 2 years ago. It was horrible.
No, I know.
And I don't think that we should subject our residents to having to go through that, to dodging dogs left and right. If we have the ability to do something about it, I think we should do something about it. And it's for the dog's well-being, it's for our well-being. And frankly, I think we're all kind, compassionate people. I don't want dogs getting hit anymore. I'm really sick of it.
Well, and I think when you're looking particularly at the speed at which trucks and cars are coming in to town, those two doofuses who are wandering around and crossing the road and, whatever. I know what I'm like. I see an animal on the road. I don't even think to see if there's a semi behind me. I slam on my brakes and swerve. It's only a matter of time until somebody has a serious accident from trying to avoid an animal. I agree. I appreciate the length that Erin has gone to pull it all together, because it gives us some talking points. But I think going into the document and making the note, I think dog at large and dangerous are my two ones. And when I talked to Deputy Freestone, if that's sufficient for us to be able to invoke the deputies, we then would be able to act under whatever agreement the deputies have with Blanding, put the dog at Blanding until identified or disposed of. That would be my preference, so I'm gonna work on it, thinking about it that way, but I think everybody should go in and look at how do you feel about licensing? How do you feel about a registry? It's like,
And to give like a quick Cliff Notes version, so altered spayed, neutered animals would have like a one-time licensure. You come in, you pay your fee, you get your tag. If you want to update your contact information, free. If you want to update the rabies information, free. For unaltered animals, we're proposing an annual fee because we are trying to address, or the purpose in my mind behind this was trying to address like population issues that we sometimes see. And so those would be annual, and that's very common in municipalities and at the county level. That it's annual licensure for unfixed animals, it is a lifetime licensure for fixed animals. And again, I had in here dogs. Dogs, point blank, we want them licensed. Cats, if you want to license your cat, you can. It would be the same fees because we're still going in and doing all the paperwork. But if you've got an outdoor cat and you wanted to license it, you want to make sure it gets back to you, great, you can do that. And then again, proposed fees associated with that. And then I did have some stuff in here about like when the animal gets picked up, but I think that we would of course need like a little bit more information from the deputies about exactly how we could make it make sense to them and not be, I think there needs to be a balance between, the animal's picked up right away, or yep, we try to get it home, and as long as it's not a dangerous animal, it gets home, hey, strike 3, and now we're not notifying you, or we're notifying you that it's pound, you need to go get it. So if you can help me walk that line of, what is a severe enough repercussion that people just don't care that their animal's at large, or, again, going back to just like the scope, how much can we deal with, and then also this idea of like, who do you contact? Do you contact the sheriff deputy at an animal at large? Do we have like a phone that we pick, a phone in general would be helpful, like a cell phone, that it's like your point of contact phone, and it doesn't sit with one person, it might move around, but that person can go in and say, oh yeah, I know this dog, and here's where it goes.
I have 2 questions. Is the little pair still wandering around together, the German Shepherd and the little black lab?
It was they were out recently.
I haven't seen anything since last week.
It was like late last week.
Okay, well, that was my one question. And then my other question is, I don't think the fee, like, I know where you're going, trying to not overpopulate the world, but it's discriminatory towards Navajos who don't believe in that. And I think it would also discourage people to have to pay that every year. And it doesn't meet these things. It's the health, safety, and general welfare of the residents of Bluff. So
I
don't
worry
think
about
it
that,
would-
the fee a little bit too, just because it is so hard to find a vet sometimes around here that actually can alter your animals. I mean, Greg is great when we can catch him, and maybe Maggie can pick up where Greg can't or something like that, but.
She can't. She's
let's
just
get it out there. She cannot do what people have put out there that she can do. She's limited to euthanasia only on small animals.
Okay,
Those large animals do really.
right,
The
okay.
feral horses she could deal with.
So maybe something that we can work at before we say we're gonna have a fee for unaltered animals is if we can talk best friends into coming and providing a clinic once a month or something
One
like
way or
that.
the other,
then-
whether it's a male or a female or whatever, doesn't have anything to do with the residents, and the purpose of this ordinance is to be able to pick up the ones that are stray and running around.
I would disagree that it doesn't have anything to do with the residents. When you have a dog that gives birth to 8 pups and those pups are running all over, the residents are dealing with them. But I'm gonna pause us all for 1 second while I turn this off and start it again so it doesn't get too loud, or too long. It's 1:44, I'm turning this off right now for just 1 second, assuming I can read my notes. So 1:44, I'm stopping it. And I'm turning this back on. It's still 1:44. And this is a continuation of March 11th, 2025, Bluff Town Council work session.
Okay, so can I continue?
You go.
So my thought on that, again, is that's the the people managing the dogs. And at some point, like I know when we've looked at this before, San Juan County calls a kennel 3 dogs or more. So if you have 8 dogs that you're keeping as puppies that are big enough to wander town, you're not talking about a litter because they're not going to go anywhere. But it's the same problem. You just have more loose dogs. It doesn't really, you could accumulate dogs, you could do whatever and still have that same problem. It doesn't really matter what your main pet is, if it's neutered or not neutered. So I think we're getting into kind of dicey territory there, but, and I think it's another big problem to license them and have somebody come and do all that paperwork and all the rest, but
Well, everybody go into the document, so I'm not, Google's hard for me, so I just go to suggest.
Yeah, you can make, so if you are watching my screen.
I am.
Yeah, Erin, show us because
Yep.
I'm really bad at this
No,
as well.
for sure. So you're gonna go into your Google Docs and make sure that you're up here on the upper right-hand side, and there's an editing, suggesting, or viewing. So if you wanna view it and make sure that you don't mess anything up, you can click viewing. Otherwise, if you're in suggesting mode, it'll give you like a little color, and, see.
would you prefer?
I didn't actually wanna be in viewing only mode. Okay,
We
so
should
there's my
probably-
little- So suggesting.
Probably should just limit us to suggesting, otherwise, because like right now, I could edit.
My issue is you can only be an editor or a viewer. You can't have the suggesting. You yourself have to put yourself into suggesting mode. But there are versions. We can always go back if you accidentally delete something. But yeah, go into suggesting mode. Or if you just want to be completely safe in general, if you highlight the area and then right click it, you can add a comment. And then the comment just shows up on the side. So you're not actually in the document making any changes. You can just highlight it, say, I want to talk about this section, or I think the verbiage should be. And my preference would be you saying, I think the verbiage should be, and then write out your thing, because then it'll make it easier for us to go back in and edit it.
But you have to do that when you're under editing. Sure.
Under suggesting or editing works for the
Yeah,
comments.
uh-huh, yeah.
So
But you
there-
can't just be a viewer, is what I'm trying to say.
No, viewers are not able to add comments. So yeah, so you're gonna highlight it and then right click and make a comment, or this little thing can pop up with the little plus sign and the little comment, and then you can add your comment. So let me know if you need help offline and I will help. Okay, so yeah, lots there. Oh yeah, like who just deleted that?
It was.
My fear. I had my hands off and I'm not.
I
clicked on something, I don't think I deleted it.
No, and I went back to, I'm trying to go back in to see if I could comment when you said edit, when you could suggest, and that's where I went back to, but now I can't see how to go back to it.
Hang tight.
Where?
Someone
where
just,
do
it's
I-
not a big deal, you just deleted my comments.
Oh,
Here.
it should go reverse, shouldn't it?
Can you undo
That's
it?
okay. You're fine, you're good. I think it might have been Lou. No,
Yeah,
no,
just hit that one, just hit
Hit
that
again.
funny.
one.
Okay.
Okay,
But where, see, now I'm seeing it.
so hit okay.
Yeah, so where,
So
so I am in
there.
editing, but how did I get back in?
So
If I
click
was
that
on
one
there.
again.
Yeah, well, no, I know, but I clicked out of it and went to just viewing.
Oh, 'cause
So
you went
if we're
back.
in
to
suggestions, we
viewing.
can't undo other people's
See,
comments,
so then I
correct?
went into here. and
No.
then where
I
do
mean,
I
you
go to
can,
get into it?
you can add a
Right.
comment
Because
under your
then where
comment.
is it?
Right.
Oh,
we
right
can't.
there,
Cyber.
okay.
What's that?
Okay, because
Yeah,
I've
well,
been
that's why
there,
you
but
said
I
we
don't
should
think
all-
I
we
erased
should-
yours.
Yeah,
Erin.
comments are good. I suggest
But in
comments.
suggestions, not in editing.
Either way, the comment either way is gonna be fine. But yeah, if you're in editing mode and you start deleting stuff, it disappears for everyone. So please don't do that.
Right, but when you do undo, or do you want to try, because mine didn't do it, but try Jen's, because she was.
Document 2 weeks ago.
That's okay.
For my class, and I was just like, I
Try
don't wanna
your
do it.
undoing,
Maybe
Huh?
let's try your.
Take a
I don't
break.
think I did
quick
it.
break and
We're
then,
gonna take I have a quick comment. I have a
Yeah.
quick comment on, and maybe Lou said this and I missed it. if we're concerned about keeping dogs safe and people safe and identifying them, why don't we just give everybody a free license tag?
Oh.
Give them a free tag, so you come in, fill out your data sheet, so that, take a nice picture or not really, but.
I do have
Give them
something
a
on the
free
form for
tag.
that.
And the tag is good, you know, it's like a stamp, it's good forever.
Get out of jail free.
Yeah, well, or at least the first.
No, but it's
one.
just, that encourages people, it's not a fee that they have to, I have to go pay $5 for, you know, I mean, it's.
Erin suggested a break, it's 1:50. So let's take a break and I'll turn this off and come back in 10 minutes.
Sure.
Craig, can you just mute us only? Thank you. Okay.
I mean, because we talked about having one at Sand Island, just same thing.
Yeah, yeah.
But there's a skunk hanging out down by you. Skunk hanging out down by you that walks off.
I haven't noticed one, I hope
I
not.
feel like I can whiff down there once in a while, just kind of in that general, kind of by where, Ed lives. like over
Oh,
there.
maybe there could be skunks in Ed's shed, or the RVs, or something. I had somebody ask me the other day, so is that place just abandoned up there? I was like, no, well, yes, but no. You know?
Interesting words.
Okay, thanks, Linda. And that's your phone number, right?
Yeah, that's our account, yeah, my account.
Anybody needs anything in Durango picked up, I've got to go tomorrow to get our dishwasher. Because I said, if we don't get a new dishwasher and this one breaks before we get a new one, I will not do dishes, they'll just go out in the yard. I hate doing dishes. I will just throw them off and I don't give a, so. And I have plenty of dishes because I have boxes stored in the garbage.
I need more spoons. I made my dishwasher go, as long as possible. I only got like 5 small spoons.
Does Lottie take them? I was gonna say, you don't even have spoons at home anymore, but you do still have Lottie. I never have spoons in my house, but that's because they're all in my son's room someplace, I know, but, or his car now.
My brother
used
would, he'd run out of coffee cups. And I said, oh, I got so many, do you want me to give you some? This is about, well, I was still working about 10 or 12 years ago. He goes, no, my sister-in-law said, go out and look in the trunk. So I opened the trunk. So you'd have a cup of coffee, you'd finish it, and you'd put the cup in the trunk. And then it wasn't until he'd run out of all the cups that he'd say, probably should bring these in and wash them. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, it used to be I could just go to Santiago's room and find the spoons, but now there's the truck too. So it's like, well, the truck isn't here. Never gonna see the spoons.
Instead of a cocaine spoon, maybe you should make him an eating spoon that just hangs around his neck. And not that I would know anything about those, but
I was gonna say, I thought that was what the fingernail was for.
and Malia, there is nothing back from Chris on the RV, right?
As far as I know, if I recall correctly from P&Z, Amanda put it on her list to contact him again. But
Yep.
I think we jumped over to planning and zoning because we didn't have any update either, or she didn't have any update.
Yeah, but, so, do we have Lou somewhere?
She's talking to Ed Dobson.
Oh, that could be a while.
I'll be there for 20 minutes.
Yeah, so why don't I,
Audio back on,
yeah,
thanks.
audio back on it. It is 2:04 PM. This is a continuation of the Bluff Town Council work session on March 11th, 2025. Just keeping track. Is there anything else on the dog cat ordinance? I like that suggestion, Linda. But I think if everyone goes in and does some work on it, we can narrow it down and help Erin get it to something that we can.
And we do have on Polaris, we do have a place for dog license.
Yep. Nice. All right, then, number 8 is a review and discussion of the draft recreational vehicles parking and storage, mobile home and recreational vehicle parks ordinance. This was sent off by Amanda Podmore, planning and zoning attorney. I also sent him a note, then Amanda sent him a second email. So rather than us spending time on it, I'm going to hope that we get it back in time for the planning and zoning joint session. So I'll just make a note of that unless somebody has a burning desire to talk about something that we have no idea what it will look like. Okay, so we'll move that over. Number 9, which was the noise pollution and specifically jake braking we talked about. Then, I may not have brought this. The next one, which is 10, review and discussion of draft of off-street parking ordinance. Now, this was, I'm gonna just take responsibility for this one. This one was kind of an embarrassment because planning and zoning handed it off to the town. And it was put on the website. And then when I was doing the chart of enforcement, like looking at all of our ordinances and then enforcement, I pulled that up and it was clearly not a finished product. And it did not have the word draft on it. And it had things like the numbering system was XX.XX.10, and there was really no serious work on our end done on it. So one of the things when I was looking at it, so there were 3 questions that were raised in the planning and zoning at San Juan County. What is the need that we, what are we trying to regulate? Is there really a need for it? And then is there an enforcement mechanism that we can employ that works? And so I was looking at this, thinking about how this would work, what are we trying to do? And then when we're struggling with enforcement and trying to get the big pieces like building permits and any kind of safety issues dealt with, like off-leash dogs or dangerous dogs. So where does off-street parking fit in that? And I haven't looked at it for a couple of days. Yeah, so the chart, required number of parking spaces. So is this looking at parking spaces, my question was, is that something that we would want to, if we're really concerned about parking availability, is that something we'd want to move into the building permit for new construction? Like, is that something we'd want them to consider? Like using someone's restaurant that's already in existence, and the parking is self-limiting and kind of creative, like on side streets. Well, you're not going to regulate that because they're already here. But if you were to put a new restaurant up, one of the reasons we made commercial setbacks 50 feet was to accommodate adequate parking. So when you're looking at these parking spaces, we're really only concerned with new construction. And does our 50-foot setback and the size of the building really adequately address that? Because we're talking pretty much on commercial and on 191.
So I'm thinking about Russ in specific here in that he does not have a lot size that is able to accommodate something like that, but he rents parking space from Diana, who does have a lot that accommodates that. I don't know, I'm.
Yeah, and so Lou, we're on so what we did was, the number 8, the draft recreational vehicle stuff is with Chris and we haven't received it back, so we just moved that. And then we'd already covered 9, the jake braking, so we're on 10, the off-street parking.
Okay, thank you.
And
Did
And
we
so-
finish the dogs and cats? Because I really liked Linda's idea.
Yeah, we all
I think
agree
we-
that we
Okay,
want to
And
so
so
it's
what
a
we-
service thing, like you were saying with the other, it's a service.
Yeah, so we just said, since nobody else had anything new, several of us said we liked what Linda was suggesting, but also let's make it a point to go into the document and give Erin some direction, so she's not spending time doing something that's, we end up tossing out. So we're talking about so somehow, Lou, and I'm sure I did it in the sense of giving direction, planning and zoning had passed off, or Amanda and I think that they passed off the off-street parking, which I think was like maybe in 2020, 2021, but nothing ever happened with it, and somehow it made it onto our website as an ordinance. But it's not an ordinance, we haven't finalized it, and so when I was doing the review of our ordinances, I was like, oh, this should never have been on there. So now we're looking at, like, what is the purpose of what we're doing? Do we really need to regulate, or is it just really like new construction that you'd want to be sure you had adequate parking? But that's kind of in my mind why we had a 50-foot setback, is to give us some space. Now, obviously, if the whole building stretched from side to side and front to back, that probably wouldn't be.
This was left over from Michael Havocan days on P and Z. He was really passionate about off-street parking. And I don't, but where do you, it's not in the, did you take it off already?
Off
It's
the
not on the
website.
website.
Oh, I thought you said it was, oh.
It was on the website, and I, when I talked with Erin, I said, we didn't pass this, and it's a mess. Well, not a mess, it's not finished.
Yeah, but
Let's
it's
get-
not
let's-
on here now, so
No,
that's
let's
why I was
take it
looking.
down.
Okay.
So Erin took it down.
Okay,
Because I don't want people looking at it thinking this is an ordinance. but
Right.
It's not.
right, and I don't,
Well, being a literalist a lot, the word required really bothers me, because it's kind of like, if I took that literally, that means I can't have more or can't have less than what's required. Or, I just, it confuses, I find it confusing.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Ann, that it applies a lot to new construction, and I think that that's where we can get it, but what do we do about somebody who comes in and buys an existing business that doesn't have adequate parking? Or, I mean, that hurts their business also.
Sure does.
well, so,
So if you put it in,
Sure does.
if you say, for instance, somebody who bought a building and they didn't meet this, but they're a non-conforming use, so they get to stay that way, but when they sell it then it becomes, and so we could do it that way, we could require it, but then you're never gonna sell some of these buildings where they don't have adequate parking. I mean, then that's the other trade-off, or do we say, this is what we have in Bluff, this is what we've got, but if you're gonna build something new, like a medical facility, a health club, I just got my AARP stuff and they would cover a health club for me. Yeah, well,
Monticello has a gym, right? That's where they moved.
yeah, but I'm making excuses for myself.
Okay, here's a business opportunity for somebody, right?
Yep,
Pay for the,
stay tuned.
yeah,
We've
yeah,
got a
for-
plan for that.
well, there'll be space available soon, right? So off-street parking ties back into the zoning ordinance and that 50-foot setback that is, in my opinion, needs looked at quite a lot, because if you take 50 feet out of the front of a building, and take 15 feet off of each side and stuff, there's nothing left for your building, and you're gonna have a whole long, every street's just gonna be full of parking. These businesses especially will just have parking in front of 50 feet of parking, like a big parking lot. So we have big streets, we have 90 feet wide streets, and it seems like if you come to a town, you park and then you walk and you go to the town hall, you go to the community center and you go to the park and you go to the restaurant, and if we get the UDOT trail through, you walk the trail, you go to the river, whatever, but it seems to me like that's what our streets are for, is to park on them. And so like the business that we were hinting at here, if, you know, like down on the other end of town, people put up no parking here, no parking in front, no parking, you can't park in front of other people's places. So then you really limit it. If you can't park, if you have to put all your parking on your property and you can't park on the street, I mean, that's not what a town typically does. So I'm not sure what we're reinventing or why.
So the people on the west end are gonna be in for a little surprise in about a month, because all those no parking signs, dead end, don't park here, are coming down. They're public streets, people can park there, take those signs down. And I will admit, I went over with a pair of pliers and I was gonna start taking them down. I thought, no, I'm gonna give them all notice. They're coming down, you can take them down, or I'm taking them down, because these are public streets. And we get Class C road money that we can lose if we are illegally restricting, if we are violating the regulations. But so looking at this, the question that I would have is that very first question, what are we regulating? And then the second one, is it necessary? Or are we unnecessarily regulating something?
Yeah, is it tied, like, I'm trying to remember what the purpose of it was too. Because it seemed like didn't want any parking applied parking in and out of the right of way.
My guess was that it was, well, I wasn't on the council, but I was listening to it at this point in time. Seems to me that it was like to keep people from parking there for extended periods of time. I mean, if you have a party or something and people are parking on the street, that's one thing, but if you have somebody that's just permanently camped outside your house or something in that fashion, maybe that's what it.
Yeah, I don't think that was his main goal.
Yeah, 'cause that's the only time I've seen issues with parking is when it's like,
But,
you know, basically.
and that's the longer term, how long can you park somewhere? But see, this was all right of way. This worry was parking in the right of way, which to me, you have 90-foot wide streets, park in them. Let people park and walk the streets, look at the historic houses, walk to what event, walk over to the school, you know, I think walk up to the Wildlands Conservancy, like, park your car and go. I don't see it's a problem myself, I guess I am
Do we get
clear.
complaints about it?
Is it on our strategic plan?
Maybe we move away from it.
As someone who recently purchased property, I would say, like, sure, this would have been super helpful when my building was constructed. I don't have enough parking.
Right.
But in the grand scheme of things, are we working on our own private plan to fix that? Yes.
Probably, yeah.
Does it depend on, like, the type of business and how, there could be a fast food joint. They don't need a bunch of parking because people are in and out really fast. If it's gonna be a sit-down place, it's really different. But I think it's like a heavy-handed, you know, your residential driveway must be 10 feet wide. It is a little heavy-handed, and I kind of agree with I know parking was a really big issue up on the Wasatch Front. Like, they've got parking wars left and right. Are we having that here right now? No. Should we maybe keep an eye on it and make sure it doesn't creep up? Maybe. But
It kind of seems to me like it was coming up in the same context of when it was being proposed that every residential unit had to have a 2-car garage that went with it, and it was like, wait a minute, you know?
I have a
Yeah.
6-car garage, does that mean I can have 3 houses on my lot?
See, I don't remember really discussing it in town council.
No,
Mine did-
we never did.
Okay,
That was my
thank you.
point.
Yeah,
Thank you.
No, no, no.
Just planning and zoning.
Somehow it
'cause
got
we-
passed off. I probably looked at it and went, whatever, and put it aside thinking we'd get to it, because we were in COVID. And it just lingered. And then it got up on the website, and I'm like, oh my, we've never done anything with this.
No, we hadn't, and
No.
that's how I remember it, but I do remember quite a bit of discussion in those early days of P and Z, and it was consisted of different people at that time. But-
And our other issue is gonna be enforcement, like who is gonna go
Exactly.
out and tow cars and move cars and,
Yeah,
I have someone in my neighborhood that would happily do that. That's the person who went over and measured someone's house being built, so.
oh gosh.
But,
It'll be great to have a building inspector.
and that's why I think if we were at all concerned about, and I agree with Lou, because when I drive by, for instance, your restaurant, people are very creative about where they're parking, and I haven't seen anybody, no, it's just me, I have not seen anybody parked in such a way that they're a traffic hazard. It's hard for them to get out, I get that, but people seem to line up, the
Yeah.
longer vehicles pull up on the side. Jim and Lou could make
I mean,
money and
the
have a
Halloween,
a
the
paid
Halloween
parking
event,
lot.
well, that's what Diane does.
the Halloween event here, I mean, since we had all the parking taken up by the Halloween event, everybody just parked down the road and there was a food cart out there and everything, and everybody made it.
Well,
You know,
and
so
that, you know, I mean, that is an issue, and I know it's the same at the balloon festival, we don't well, and it's been a bigger issue since we redesigned the grounds out there. You know, if you can't have our off-street parking for an event, where,
Yeah.
what are you gonna do with them?
Here's
You
yours.
know, when we don't have, we
Here's
don't
Here's
have
partnership and everything, they've done stuff, we've had a big crowd. It immediately takes up our parking area and makes it fairly dangerous feeling in there. I mean, we do something that's not exactly safe, but I mean, people start parking across the street by West Park and all that stuff. They have to cross, but they do park and overflow all through there, so.
But see, you had that same sort of situation, like the immediate neighbor doesn't want your parking, and so right now, don't have that situation with yours, but if you did, then it's the common sense thing to me to just park on Third, you know, and just walk over and park, you guys park on Sixth and just walk over, because they're good wide streets.
I mean, and that's been a lot of parking, like, you know, you go to somebody's house and they've got two cars and that's their entirety of their driveway anyways. So there's plenty of, every Sunday, everybody's parked on Mulberry, you know, for coffee and stuff, so.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, if we were, do we want to even do this or just scrap it and say if and when the need arises, we can go
For
back to it? And see where we go? Or do we want to say, oh, this could fit into a planning, site plan or whatever, but it just feels like we haven't got a need for it. It's going to be harder than heck to enforce, like Erin said. Like, who's going to go out with the tape measure? We do have a laser tape measure, it would make it easier, but, you know, none of us want to do that.
No, and
none
I,
of us have a tow truck either.
well, and I think you want to encourage people to park on the street, to visit the businesses. Get
Yeah,
out of your car, take a walk on the trail.
Notoriously, one of the worst to enforce is parking, like, you know what I mean? Like, you get that, and like, hey, y'all stop drinking coffee, come move your car 6 inches. Like, it's just,
Yeah,
You
so
look
if-
at it as a revenue source and put up parking meters.
well, you know, that lot next to the turquoise, Lou, you guys could be making some money, turn it into a commercial parking lot.
There you go. I think they'll park a block away on the public street and walk.
Exactly, yeah.
Just walk.
Exactly.
Get out and walk. Provide
So,
two handicap, ADA accessible spots at your business and let everybody else walk.
Yeah, and I think that raises a good point, that if we were gonna focus on parking, to me, the big pitch would be, how do we coax everybody into looking like I have a shop or a store or something, like, do I have ADA parking, or can people get in and out easily? That's a much better enforcement than,
And that one is tricky because ADA, like there are restrictions for small businesses, and a lot of our small businesses don't have more than 15 employees. Whether they choose to adhere to that federal regulation or not, if they have fewer than 15, like, do we want to become so heavy-handed that we are saying you must adhere, and here are the other stipulations, even though you wouldn't necessarily fall under ADA?
right.
You know what I mean?
And that's why I said coaxing, like, would
Yeah.
you wanna coax?
Yeah.
And help people do, but this other stuff, like I'm measuring it, and is our driveway wide enough, you know? I don't know, people keep driving across the lawn, it's gonna be the whole back section.
Well, and when we were at the planning and zoning nightmare meeting, one of the big things was, well, you're gonna start regulating, you know, I mean, you're gonna come onto my property and tell me that my driveway isn't wide enough, and really, you think, you know, I mean, that just, it makes people angry.
The
So
one
if we
of
don't have a problem, then.
No, don't fix it.
the one at the county that was really interesting the night that we were up there was, the way the county had zoned it is that if you have an accessory building, like a barn, a garage, the way they wrote it was you'd have to have a Class C
C road.
compliant road from your house to your garage. They're like, oh, okay. But, so procedurally, what I'm hearing is that the consensus is none of us really think we need this, but we can't just toss it. We should, I'll put it on the council meeting for next week to raise it and say, do we want to work on this or just table it indefinitely, scrap it? And I think we have to vote on it. Okay, that's where it's going.
And that's part of why planning and zoning wants to make sure that what they're working on coincides with what council sees as important and what strategic plan sees as important, so that time isn't wasted. And like, you know,
Oh, yeah.
Erin's working on one, you know, and so you don't want to spend a lot of time and then have it come up that like, no, don't do that.
Right.
Oh.
And, but, you know, part of it is gonna be that fluidity of planning, zoning changed, and the focus kinda changed, and then the council's gonna change, and, you know, you're always going to have that. But, and that's where I think it's really important to start from ground zero, which is why are we doing this? And is it important? You know, what we didn't know 6 years ago, 7 years ago, we now are getting a lot better sense of what, how hard it is to regulate, how easy it is to pass it, and how there's, oh, this sounds really good. Well, okay, here we are. So I'll put it on for next week.
So like, if you think about Moab, I know they've got some off-street stuff. I haven't read their ordinances, but like those, they don't have any off, you know, they've got so much trouble with their parking right downtown that that's part of their thing. So like when those motels built right to the sidewalk, like they have zero setback. But then like they built them up and put parking first and then the building above and that kind of thing. And that's, we don't have that problem here with parking. And then our weird 50-foot setback.
I wonder if this is something that like the proposed building department could help advise on, whether it is even just like a, hey, as we're reviewing your site plan, have you thought about this? And maybe like we don't necessarily regulate it until the point where we're all chunked in here, but you know, that is just like one of the considerations that our building department talks through. Like, hey, we know it's not an issue now, but have you thought about?
They should, as should your contractor, as should your architect.
But so
You know,
that's,
I mean, but if you're in your situation where you're buying somebody else's nightmare, that they didn't consult a contractor, architect, or building inspector, not that Leah didn't do those, because she did, but she was replacing, she did, but she was replacing an existing structure
and put it back exactly
and put
where
it
it was.
exactly in the footprint, and those people did not consult any of the
No.
above. I will promise you that.
And that was an old building. However, so like, say in Center Square, if somebody came in and decided to put in a big motel, let's call it a big motel, or whatever, a big restaurant or whatever, and no parking, then everybody at, say, a 50-unit motel there would have to park on the streets. I mean, they probably wouldn't do that anyway, because nobody
Have you
that would
been to
come to
San
their
Francisco?
business. What?
I was amazed in San Francisco that I couldn't park at my hotel.
Oh, well, that's true, you know, so there could be something like that that say, here's our place and everybody's gonna be out on the town streets, but, so, I don't know, if it's a bigger than a certain size unit, provide a certain number of spots or something, I don't know. Anyway,
And that does
that's-
go back, right back to the planning and zoning piece of like, when we get a building department in place, like, is that something that they wanna talk about adding to site reviews and whatever, but to have a standalone ordinance on off-street parking just seems like,
Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I totally
Just
agree.
as one little point, so parking definitely, a parking plan is included in the site plan. So if
Oh,
someone's gonna be reviewing a site plan, it doesn't necessitate how many, but it just
No.
says you need to explain your parking plan, so
Okay.
it would come up naturally in discussion.
And it come up in the land use clearance saying, we have no parking plan, we're parking on your streets or whatever, and
Let me
whatever.
see what land use has real fast. Land use clearance doesn't have anything about the parking, at least on the application. But if it was over a certain square footage, you would automatically kick to a site plan, which would then address it.
And it does show, when they bring in their plan, it still shows where the buildings are and what open space they have around it and whatnot, so.
Did this come up perhaps in conjunction with the fort and the stop sign getting hit every other?
Oh. Maybe, that might have been a motivation, I don't know.
We had a stop sign down last week.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah.
I don't remember how it came up.
I just wonder because it seems like that was big contention for a while, was that the people were always parking at the fort and running over the stop sign. Off street.
They're everywhere. Well, I will just put it on to discuss and vote next week on what to do with it. But I think that's when we can probably move off. So 11 and 12 related to our code of conduct and bylaws, we'll move those to the joint meeting. The number 13 is the discussion of need for interns. And the only thing I'll say is Erin and I desperately need interns. So Erin, I'll let you explain what your thinking is, because she did a really good job of laying out.
Okay. So I fleshed out 2 potential internship positions, ideally for this summer, and I think this is a really great way to get through some of the projects that just like have not gotten done. So they're things that like have been on my plate or just have been kicking around and they just need to get completed. So the first position I'm proposing is a technical project support intern. And this person, and all of these would be like a little bit flexible in terms of like full or part-time, kind of available to, finding the right applicant, working with them in their schedule and their availability. But ideally, and this one is technical, so ideally helping with the addressing project, and I'm open to scope, and if it's too much and the intern only gets through, we could prioritize these. But roads department support, including potentially the sign inventory. I know we've got some other road stuff going on, helping establish the cemetery district, potentially, cemetery department, and then just like general support from these projects. I think it's really important in internships, like we're not just using them for their labor, and I am proposing paid internships, but I want them to get something out of it. And so in that, there would be routine check-ins, as well as like a final presentation to have a overview of like what they've done, so it builds up some good communication skills, presentation skills. They can answer questions. We'll make it as like low-key as possible, but I think it's really important that we do build, if we are interested in building a program, that it is mutually beneficial, that we can say, hey, these are the kind of skills that we're training you on, and then you can exit the program, put it on your resume, and again, very flexible. All of this is very we can talk about scope, we can talk about if this is a good idea or not. And then my second potential position would be a community engagement and communications intern. So this one's a little less like technical and more helping us develop some of the materials for our website and doing some website updating, which Lou talked to me about earlier, and I totally agree. Helping prepare some of the educational materials for our ordinances. So I still get questions all the time about some of our very basic, and I shouldn't say basic ordinances, I mean, these are lengthy documents. But we talked about, for the exterior lighting ordinance, for example, having a brochure that like has some graphics and short form information, still referencing the main document, but just to make it more digestible. And certainly as like we're coming into this building code, like what could be a digestible educational material that anyone could pick up and get the gist of what's being required of them. So I think there are a couple ordinances where this would be really helpful for someone to develop it, have it as a 1 or a 2 pager, and it doesn't take up 80 to 100 hours of my time, but someone can like get those communications type things under their belt. And then this one's definitely a little bit more like general organizational office stuff. So helping me write down our standard operating procedures, or like maybe I have the draft and they're just formatting it and getting it into a digestible form for anyone else to come in and utilize. Or maybe they're going in and taking the screenshots of the system that's saving me and I can do other stuff. And then I also have this person, of course, giving like a final presentation, and depending on the duration of their time, they're more of like the community-facing, community engagement, maybe helping with like event planning for the pancake breakfast, or maybe even EMS week is coming up in May, and maybe they could help with that. So this person's more communications and community. The other one's a very like highly technical position where they're gonna focus on 1, maybe 4 specific projects and hopefully have some really good outcomes and deliverables. But both of them have deliverables, both of them have presentations, and both would have one-on-one discussions with their manager to ensure that they have the right resources available, as well as they feel like they're kind of getting that learning and growth that an internship should provide. Questions, comments, etc. Concerns?
I think it's a great idea, because I also think that it could lead into openings of people who could be then employed in another position.
Totally.
I applaud, and maybe it's good to kind of kickstart some of the younger people who are in our community to engage in.
Totally.
And thank you for making it paid.
Yeah, I think it's really important to have it paid. We do have some bandwidth this year since we didn't have a bookkeeper the entire year that we were paying.
Well, we did have a bookkeeper.
Not the whole year. Specified.
No,
Oh, sorry.
we
There is
should
a
give a
bookkeeper.
stipend
I'm
in
doing
there
the
or something.
bookkeeping for no extra pay. Sorry. Good clarification. So we have some money in admin that we can kick towards this, and if we kind of develop a program, we could allocate, $4,000 a year, because that's about what these work out to at $16 an hour based on these. It's going to be somewhere between like low or high, like 2,800 to like 4,000 for these projects, which I
Each
think is well
one.
worth it.
Each one.
Each one, yeah. So depending on the duration, and I think a lot of that is up to like school schedules and stuff like that. But the way when I calculated it out, somewhere between 2,800 up to like 3,900 per position, and then depending on the availability, maybe it's full time, maybe it's part time, and then one of the big considerations are like physical devices and what they're working on. So we would organize all that and make sure that they have what they need to get the job done. But I think it's a good professional internship. I like the idea of having it paid, and I do want to make sure that as if we're thinking of developing a program, that we're getting feedback from the interns as well as to like, what would the next intern really benefit from? Are there other things that we could add to the program that would be beneficial? Would they like to do like more job shadowing? So maybe it's a slightly longer position, but we've got an element. But I want to start at just, hey, we've got some projects and we want to get it done. But I do think it has a nice capability to kind of build up the workforce if we wanted to do it.
Does Workforce Services have a program already that we could sign up with? I don't know the answer to this
I
in
think-
reality.
I think the workforce services, if I recall the information correctly, we can contact them and then they will pay 50% of the wage.
I think that's for full-time employees.
Well,
I don't know.
and Erin and I kind of bounced a lot of this around. So I don't know what the definition of full-time is. Like if it's,
36 hours, no, 32 hours.
but I mean, I don't, in terms of duration, like how many weeks would be considered full-time? But I've had several people reach out who are interested in doing something like this, but doing part-time isn't really economically as feasible as doing full-time. And so that's why Erin was working with like part to full-time, depending on the person and how it plays out. If it were somebody working full-time with the definition that workforce has, I think they pay 50%. And certainly that would be part of checking this out, but particularly if you're a college student or you're right out of college and unemployed, you want to keep your options open, you need to have the money, and part-time is not going to do it. It's going to be more like, I can cram 8 weeks and do the projects. And again, it's going to be the goal of whoever gets hired to be able to meet some of these demands, the addressing that Erin's worked so hard on, like getting them started on that, the sign placement of the road signs. Those things, the dark sky brochure, I'm sure that Bears Ears Partnership would love a little bit of help with, somebody working in our partnership on getting those educational materials out. I mean, they've done a great job, but I'm imagining that Bears Ears Partnership also would like a little bit of assistance from the town to do that, not dump it all on 1 or 2 people. So I'm all in favor of it.
I'm too. And just a note on one of these, I suppose the community engagement one. P&Z has done some pretty cool little charts and wheels and flow charts of when you need a building permit and that kind of stuff. So they could pull those together and make it all in one unit. So yeah, and I appreciate the website comment, because I know you do have a ton to do, and I know I can't help. I mean, I could, but if it'd take a while, the learning curve is steep. So.
And that is the one thing, like, these are very rough estimates of how much time it would take a person to do, especially adding in the learning curve. So even if we put it out and said, hey, like, this is our wish list of things for you to accomplish this summer with us, I think it would be up to probably the manager or the supervisor, whoever it's going to be like, hey, realistically, we'll cut it back. We'll prioritize you. Like, I want you to finish this, and you're going to partway through the other one, because there's, especially that technical one, there's a lot to that. But I think even just giving us that boost and getting the work done would be really helpful. But I would ask that you all look it over. I am proposing $16 an hour, because just that the learning curve, like, they are not going to be with us long term. It is the intent. It is a partially paid. It's an internship. It's paid, but it is not a full-time job. It's not intended to like support you and your family. But it is supposed to be like something. It's not just free labor. I want to make that really clear. It's not free labor.
And
it's a learning experience that happens to be paid. So.
And you have to do a lot of training, and they're not going to be here after you train for 3 months, then they disappear.
Exactly.
Or maybe they will be.
Maybe they will.
That'd be great.
Yeah, maybe they will. Yeah, you can hope, but they
I have
come.
a couple of ideas of
Great.
people who, if they could get in and get their feet wet, and maybe it does develop into something more long-term.
Yeah. No, for sure. But yeah, we'll try to set like realistic expectations. But yeah, I really appreciate the support of council on this one. And if you could just look over those job descriptions, and then not saying that we can combine everything into each of these internship roles, but maybe if you do have like other ideas as to other projects or other things that, this would be a great temporary thing, we can figure out the division of labor between our hired staff currently, and then long-term, if we do end up having like a full complete program of saying, this will be for next year's internship program. Because I think it's smart to kind of have that runway of projects to build up to.
And I think one of the goals would be to make sure that it supports what you're doing and doesn't add to what you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no, it's crafted to help me.
Okay. 'Cause that,
Sorry to the rest of you.
well, that to me is real critical.
Yeah, it's all the things that I wish I could get done in my day, and I have not gotten done
Yeah.
in my day. But I also do think I didn't want to put things that are just like not developmental. I don't want them to be like menial tasks that, we really just do need the labor force. Like I think we need to hire someone to do those tasks, but they're an employee. I think this is important to say. My intern will get these types of learning experiences, they'll have these types of engagement with the community, they'll be able to say, I did X, Y, and Z project, this is how it supports my educational development, not just, oh, I organized files for 10 hours a day. But, and that's my hope. So as you comb through it, say, yeah, I could see someone, web design would be really helpful. Or, no, I think this is more of a day-to-day task that Erin probably just needs support with in a different way. So if you can go through and let me know the scope, that would be really helpful.
I think it would also be a good idea if the high schools are focusing a little bit more on trying to get the high school students some on-the-job career training type stuff. And I think that would be good. I don't, you know, I mean, I know in Blanding particularly, it's pretty hard right now to get a job, period, if you're under 18, which, you know, I mean, this is not dangerous work, and it could be something that they could do within the time scope of they have to be done before 9 o'clock at night, and all of the other things that go with child labor laws.
Those pesky things.
But I think it would be worthwhile to take to the high schools. I know Whitehorse in particular is really pushing out intern programs, and Blanding has kind of picked up the ball a little bit, but there again, we could be a tap for some great ways to engage younger people and get them involved.
And if we can all take a look, I mean, I think this would be a great one to get posted pretty quickly, and then we have, you know,
Yeah,
maybe a
summer's-
month for people
summer's
to
right around the corner.
apply, and then they know what their summer plans are, and we have a little assurance that someone's gonna be in to work on these. Sweet. Okay, cool.
Okay, let's move to 14, the master fee schedule discussion. The 3, we're gonna go into our regular meeting, or a special meeting, and then from there into other stuff.
Everyone's trying to join us, sorry. Okay. So the current schedule is at the top in blue. And this one is on our website, because this is going to public hearing on the 18th. What I was going to propose was that if we did have any suggested changes, that I could just post both on the website and say, you know, this is the version from today. It sounds like for the animal licensure, we're thinking of just removing all fees associated with that. Do you want me to have that as a proposed thing, or do you want me to leave this up here and we get public comment? What works best?
I would say put it as proposed free, just to prevent people being disgruntled
Okay.
and
I'd
responding to complaints.
I'd actually leave it in as a fee to get the feedback, because I think if people see it as proposed free, they won't comment. I think they need to be jolted into commenting, like, why would you charge? Or do an alternative, it could be a range from free to whatever. But I think if we take the dollar amount out, we'll have the complacent resident who goes, oh, okay, you know, I've got 2 dogs, I'm not gonna pay. And then $5 gets passed and they're up in arms because they didn't come to the public hearing.
I will say we haven't had a whole lot of input on our master fee schedule from the public, and I do think it's important that the public is aware of it and comments. I can see both sides of it. I can make a comment looking for feedback on this area from the public.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and that's the thing, we're looking for the comment. It's not helpful when we have a public hearing and no one shows up, and then we get the public comment after we've passed it, like, oh, I didn't know.
Yeah.
But I don't care how it's done,
And then what I will do is I will probably post the proposal, Kristen Bushnell and Corey Coleman's proposal separately, but I will copy in the fee schedule and have both of them, and again, area for review as we're looking at this. Some of this stuff is addressed in that other proposal. I do want to come back to, so hangar rental. Question, Linda. So I know when someone signs a lease, their particular lease year-over-year increase is 4%. What is the current starting, like if someone was going to rent a hangar brand new starting today, do they start at $1,000?
Right.
Gotcha. And from a simplicity standpoint, that makes sense to me. I guess the question is, should it just be every year the hangar rental increases 4%? So like in 2025, it's this set rate, and then each year it's 4%? Or do we want to continue to have each lease have a separate rental rate? Sorry, I didn't describe that. So do we just say in 2025, it's 1,000. In 2026, it's 1,040. In 2027, it's 1,080 or whatever for everyone across the board? Or do we want to manage it by each individual person and just increase their rents 4% year over year?
It's been the same people before we even took over. So basically they are all the same, except one of them has 2 hangars, so that, is more.
So what are you saying, though? You charge different for different hangars?
No?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out, that if someone brand new was to come in and say, I'm renting a hangar, do they only get charged $1,000? Or are they at the same level of the people who have been renting and their rents are up at whatever for the year?
So I have another question. We have an airport manager who I know quite well. But has he been weighing in on it? I see there's an email that we also need to go back to the airport that just popped in, to the town email. But,
Well, we're not doing a town, this is a work session, there's no public comment.
no, there's not. I'm just saying that the email came to all of us from the BLM on the airport.
Oh, good.
But it seems to me like our managers, when we're talking about the community center, we work with, Malia should be in every discussion. When we work with the BCC, she should be in every discussion. When we work with anything town-related, you should be in every discussion as the town manager. And so I think as an airport manager, that person needs to be involved in any airport discussions, including hangar leasing, because that person is tied into all the pilots, other airport operators, gets the airport magazines, has that knowledge. And same with the road department. We wouldn't do a bunch of road department and then get a hold of the road department manager after we decided things. So
I know when this was passed originally, the airport manager was involved in it. And that's why I have it highlighted, that like, this is one that I want to go back to.
But the 4%, yeah.
Yeah, and
That's part of what was the involvement in the beginning. The
Yeah,
1,000
that's what the
25%.
leases were written for, but that's where my understanding is broken, is if we happen to have a new rental, where are they starting at? Are they starting at 1,000, or are they starting at the rate that annually
should-
everyone's increasing
That
by?
sounds upside down.
Yeah.
Because if you've had somebody in there for years and years, it almost should be decreased, because they're not a hassle, you don't have to check them in. It's like renting an apartment or something, you don't have
You're
a.
exactly right, it is like renting an apartment, and you need to have inflation, you need to adjust for inflation, so I don't have a problem with the 4% increase, but I think that a brand new person should pay the same rate
Say,
as
yeah.
the 4% increase person does.
Yeah, that
not
top-
start back over at 1,000.
No, because then you get rewarded for moving out and having the whole move back in.
Well, you're not, yeah, if they were to pull that crap, you would just say, no, you're paying at what you were, you're not gonna get that benefit. But that, because we've had the same lessees, the issues never come up.
Right.
Now, so what Erin's asking is, should we have that built into what we're doing? Because we've never
absolutely.
had the need to do the discussion, and we're doing it now. And to answer your question, yes, the manager has been included in the emails that I've talked about with the BLM, so.
But with meetings or anything, I think that
We
we
don't
need
have-
all our managers need to be involved in whatever is.
We haven't been having meetings about the airport. The only one was that Britt and I had questions for the BLM, and after that, I immediately sent 2 emails to the manager.
Okay,
So-
well, it's just like even hangar,
What we're talking
prices and
about it
stuff.
now is fee structure, it's not, I mean, it's a public meeting, it's on the agenda. And at the point that we're talking about what we're gonna do, of course, we're gonna include the manager. It's just that right now, this is the current status, it's 4%. Erin's asking what I think is a clarifying question.
For me, it was clarifying. I'm hearing all the perspectives. I will reach out to Mr. Hook as well. But I definitely don't see the need to say it's $1,000 for anyone starting, but I'll get with Linda to see where is everyone at currently, and then maybe we say, okay, for the next 10 years, we know the rent is going to be this, and then we could have it like built in like that, and then it's just subset in there. Sorry, thanks for, yeah, okay. And then please look at the rest of it. It is on public hearing for Thursday. We've got some code violation stuff in there too, so please take a look at all of this. Yeah, okay. Thank you. In setting up for today, we talked about doing like a linen rental for the community centers, because most people aren't using the linens, but some people do want it. And so as a quick question on the master fee schedule, would you all feel comfortable if we added in a linen rental fee, and that covers like the cost of washing and replacement? And then Malia and I will actually get some nice linens that we can take good care of. Not that these aren't nice, but they're just a little dated. Okay, so I will add that in as a additional rental.
So can we go back real quick to that airport? Because I did make that comment that I was worried we hadn't signed it, and it looks like Norbert reached out to the airport manager and said, hello, Jim, the town of Bluff was mailed the airport lease offer January 16th, 2025. The new lease needs to be reviewed, signed, and returned back to me. Thanks. And Jim sent it on to all of us. Thanks for the notice, Norbert. I haven't seen the new lease, but I understand the town council is discussing in their meeting today. They should have something soon and will likely be in contact with both of us.
So the latest communication was we're paid up through 2025. And it looks like this might have been based on an inquiry to Norbert Norton. I'll follow up with that because I sent an email to Norbert and copied it to Jake Palma about my questions, probably a month ago, so I'll follow up on that.
Yeah, and just, again, it's just my mental remembering the situation. I remember that it was paid, but we didn't have anything to sign.
No, we got the lease back. It was on an agenda that we had the lease back, but we hadn't signed it because Britt and I were asking other questions about how you could we retain the airport under a different management plan.
So we still do need to sign
Yeah,
it.
and so we talked to them in December, I think, January. It was anyway, but we met with Jake Palma and I can't remember her name, and I sent a follow-up to that, so I will follow up on that piece.
Well, do you want,
Yeah. All right.
does it make sense for you to follow up, or to delegate that back to Jim and say, hey, we don't have the lease?
We do have the lease.
Okay.
We do have the lease, and the follow-up that I need to send is, can you send me the difference in the different uses? Which is what I asked them to put in writing to us.
Okay, so that was my question earlier, is do we have a deadline for signing this before we lose the lease or something? And you thought no.
Right, I don't think that we do, based on the communications we had with Jake Palma and.
Well, he must have had his ears burning because he mailed this at 10:30.
Reading this that I just looked at, I would say there was an earlier inquiry that Norbert is responding to, but I don't know that. I will follow up, and Jim is certainly free to follow up as well, but that's where we were standing when we met with Jake Palma and the woman's name, who I can't remember. And then I sent off the follow-up email about a month ago, asking for additional information.
Before signing it.
Yes, we haven't signed it.
But you want the information before we sign it.
I
That's
don't-
probably what Norbert doesn't know is happening, or,
So here was the question that has been raised previously in meeting. do we have the ability in our capital improvement plans to be able to commit to having that huge improvement in a couple of years? This is a 5-year lease. To sign a 5-year lease, I mean, I'll sign it, everybody wants me to sign it, I'll sign off on it, and I'm not gonna be around to worry about whether we have the money. But we have a huge other project, and we need to look at that 5-year, in my opinion, the 5-year capital plan to say, is this feasible, or is there another way we can retain the airport that doesn't lock us into a 5-year? Or is, what are our options?
And I guess just my initial thing would be we need to keep the lease before they face the shutdowns, before we lose the office, whatever. That's, insure it for this year, sign the lease for this year.
We can't
and
sign
then-
it for this year, it's a 5-year lease. We've paid the money for this year. We cannot sign a 5-year lease without committing to 5 years. It runs from January 1, 2025 to the whatever. But I'll follow up on why the questions weren't answered that we needed. And if the manager wants to follow up with, I always get his name confused, Norbert
Norbert.
Norton, and tell him that it'll be on our, hopefully we can put it on the agenda for next week with some definitive information, but given the status of the BLM, I'm not sure how much information we're going to be getting.
Well, maybe it should be decided even without the information.
I'm sorry?
It probably should be on the agenda and decided with or without the information for the 5-year commitment to them, because like you say, it could be 4 years before everything's functional again anyway.
Well, that's part of the discussion about the capital improvement plan that we need to have, because we have X amount of dollars to work with. And how does this tie into Utah Geneva K and the amount of money we have to work with?
And you
what the
said at one
priority-
meeting that we could sign it, and then if it got closer to something, then we could revamp the lease with them, turn it back to the county or whatever.
Well, it wouldn't go back to the county, it would go back to the BLM. BLM would make those decisions, but we need to stop this session so we can go into the 3 o'clock meeting.
Is it the same link?
So the first part of this is the same link, and then the executive session, I've got a separate link, and we're gonna go into the room over there while Craig tears down, and so, yeah.
Okay, so we need a motion to close the work session.
Motion to close work session?
It's 3:03 PM. Britt, Jen, all in favor to close the work session, say aye.
Right.
Aye. Anyone opposed? It's unanimous. I'm turning off the recorder for the work session. Does anybody need a 2-minute break? Okay,
Thanks.
so we'll take a quick break here.
And then did you send us, oh yeah, there it is. No, I don't have an executive session link.
You probably don't, Chris does, I'll share that link